The blood had already been prepared. They could now help Huang transform. Immortal Platform Mountain was left behind after an unmatched immortal king died. A pure land. Back then, after Immortal Ancient Great War ended, there were even undying kings who came here to recover. Let's begin, the Emperor Clan Supreme being said. Regardless, they had to get through this trial first, let Huang revive. In the future, if they had to kill or torture him, they could do it then. I hope the undying kings only wish to obtain some things from his head, and not actually think highly of him due to other reasons. Another Supreme being said. If that happened, then it would be really difficult to kill Huang. Qi Menghong and the others withdrew, momentarily not allowed to approach this place. It was because a few transformations were going to happen here. Qi Menghong's eyes were ice cold. He came from an emperor clan, yet one of his clan's supreme beings was captured not long ago. He really wanted to kill this important individual from Imperial Pass side. The white bone small vessel was opened. A strange sound was released. Then, there were specks of blood radiance that rose, dark red blood descending from the container. It was just that drop, yet it gave everyone a terrifying feeling. This was like a vast sea carrying exuberant power. Right now, even the supreme beings were moved, staring at this drop of ancient blood in a daze. It was as if many stars were swirling, hidden within this drop of blood. Was this an illusion, or was this some kind of irregular scene? They sighed. The value of this drop of blood was extremely high. Giving it to a later generation disciple would definitely bring him great natural luck. Unfortunately, it was now gifted to Huang. The blood descended, drawing out an expanse of dark bloody wisps, covering Hao. One could faintly hear winds roar and thunder rumble, lightning flashing about. The bloody wisps this drop of blood turned into was like a web. Moreover, it began to become resplendent, producing lightning, releasing extraordinary power. The blood was like lightning. A single drop of blood seemed to contain the origin power of heaven and earth. This was left behind by the fallen blood phoenix. Hong. Eventually, the noise shook heaven and earth. The bloody wisps spread throughout, interweaving together, covering Hao within, about to enter his body. Protect him, a supreme being spoke up. This type of situation was extremely complicated, and also extremely terrifying. They had to protect Hao, had to ensure his safety. Otherwise, if he was destroyed by the bloody wisps, then there was no way of explaining things to the great ancestors. The supreme beings took action, activating ancestral methods together, placating this type of power, preventing it from being too strong and destroying Hao. This was especially the case with his head, which was even more so heavily protected. At first, that drop of blood wasn't even allowed to touch his head. Finally, this drop of blood turned into threads, carrying astonishing power, entering Hao's body, seeping into his limbs and bones. Right now, his body was completely tattered. Even though he still had the appearance of a human, it was pieced together. The order and natural laws within had long been refined away. His Tao skills were ruined, magical force severed, situation extremely terrible. Moreover, even though Hao's primordial spirit was recovering, already stabilizing, there was still some hidden damage. In short, his condition was still quite terrible. If he wanted to recover back to his peak, a miraculous transformation had to happen, one that fully freed him from this type of death situation. This was also why they had to seek out the blood phoenix. Rare precious medicines weren't that uncommon, but those that allowed a living creature to truly be reborn through flames, rise up from ashes, really were hard to find. Perhaps the phoenix bloodline's true blood was one of the only few choices. After this drop of blood entered the body, an extraordinary change immediately took place. Hong! An incomparably great streak of lightning exploded right outside Hao's body, the noise deafening. Forget about Qi Menghong and the other youngsters watching from the distance. Even the supreme beings here were shocked, quickly taking action to protect Hao. Wasn't this the life-saving phoenix blood? This type of power, if it exploded within the body, wouldn't it destroy him? One had to understand that he was already crippled to begin with, now lacking the slightest strength to resist. Fortunately, the great lightning only appeared around his body. The blood has already entered the body, but there is lightning released around his body. This really is strange. They all released a light sigh. This really was a scene of false alarm. Then, Shurehao's body expanded, as if flood dragons were swimming about within one after another, moving through his body, swimming in his blood. This type of power was extremely domineering, moving quickly, making every place expand. Turned into strips, swelling out, extremely astonishing. One could vaguely hear phoenix cries, as if they saw a true phoenix change from 5-colored to the color of blood, falling into depravity, becoming a blood phoenix. This was especially the case with Shuhao himself, the experience even more profound. Scenes appeared before his eyes. In the boundless great earth, ancient trees and abandoned forests rested, vicious beasts moved about. A blood phoenix spread its wings, rushing into the sky, tearing apart the stellar streams, slaughtering from one land to another. The killing was unending, striking down even true immortals. It was incredibly berserk, precisely the fallen blood phoenix. These scenes were fragmented. It was clear that they were imprints from this clan's blood. Some scenes of the past passed down. After this drop of blood entered the body, it distributed itself about, sure enough, having miraculous effects, containing unimaginable power. Shurehao's body became numb, primordial spirit taut. It was because a wave of mysterious power was spreading, making his wounded body recover, making his primordial spirit feel extremely comfortable. The fallen blood phoenix true blood was incomparable. This was just the beginning, yet there was already this type of effects. If this continued, Shuhao could definitely recover. He would obtain a precious body. Hong! Suddenly, the true blood within his body moved, releasing a loud noise, making his blood also roar out, surge violently. His originally lifeless body was given a kickstart. The effects are this powerful. It really can defy the heavens. A supreme being sighed with admiration. This type of precious blood had just merged with Shurehao's body, yet it already began to temper his body, restore vitality to his flesh. It really was world-shocking. Hong Long. Right at this time, an expanse of light surged from within Shurehao's body, illuminating his body until it was translucent. This was because of the phoenix blood. That drop of blood was evenly distributed, flowing through his entire body. Apart from his head that was still seriously protected, the other parts all flickered with brilliance. And it turned into scarlet red blood. A few supreme beings were shocked, because Shurehao's body was almost transparent, allowing them to clearly see the change of color of the phoenix blood. It changed from a dark red to bright red. However, immediately afterwards, an expanse of dark light surged, rushing out from him, covering the surface of his body. This was a type of unexpected change. The reason that phoenix blood turned dark red, even heading towards black in color, is related to this dark light. A supreme being frowned. They now understood a bit. That drop of blood had 2 colors within, scarlet red and pitch black. The first was blood, the latter was a dark black radiance. There is temporarily no harm to his body, on the contrary, really spurring on his rebirth, allowing his body to regain vitality, guiding complete Tao laws into his body. This was a process of completely restarting from the beginning, a rebirth process, to rebuild a grand palace on the ruins of destruction. Shurehao's Tao skills had been crippled. Now that this drop of blood entered his body, it wanted to irradiate life once more, recreate everything he had before, even make him more perfect. Suddenly, an expanse of fiery light surged, rushing out from Shurehao's body, spreading out, covered him entirely, burning fiercely. Vaguely, he even saw an ancient phoenix rush out from the fiery light, roaring as it rushed into the sky. It was as if it rushed over from the ancient times along the great river of time. In that instant, the scarlet phoenix blood within his body and the dark light outside his body merged once more, causing the fiery light that rushed out to become even more vigorous, extremely majestic. Shuhao was simply about to become a furnace, turn into a volcano. Moreover, in that moment powerful life energy spread, appearing from his body. Moreover, perfect great Tao laws poured down from between heaven and earth, falling in this direction. This was definitely an astonishing process, all caused by a drop of ancient phoenix blood. Right, even though this scene is astonishing, this is how it should be. The so-called phoenix rebirth, reborn through flames, is precisely this type of fiery light. The Emperor Clan Supreme being nodded, eyes burning fiercely. He watched all of this carefully. Even though this was the experience of a youngster, for him it also left him moved, giving him some inspiration. Shao's body was wrapped within fiery light, quickly recovering, being restored. The flawless natural laws descending from the sky dome were covered under fiery light. This fire was extraordinary, drawing over divine chains of order, releasing Walala sounds. One could see resplendent divine chains fall from the void one after another, entering Shao's flesh. It was extremely astonishing. As if there were crazy winds blowing past, the fiery light became even more brilliant, rushing out from Shao's body, engulfing all of Immortal Platform Mountain. Reborn while bathed in flames, right now it was vividly and thoroughly displayed. A wave of majestic life power, as well as a complete great Tao aura, were being nurtured at the same time, surging, spreading throughout. Only, Shao's mind instead became tense. Why was this? Shao's heart became taut. Everything was developing in a good direction, so why did he always have this feeling of uneasiness? A type of instinct told him that he wasn't actually free from danger. Fiery light surged, phoenix cries shaking the heavens above. One could see true phoenixes flying about Shao within the blazing light, dancing about. Phoenix rebirth, reborn through flames. It was precisely due to this type of power that Shao could transform. His wounded true body recovered, about to return to his peak, moreover transcend a step further. His body had previously been refined by Gu Clan's supreme being, blood extracted, bones completely burned away. Moreover, his inner organs, skin and flesh were even more so refined into a paste, becoming a great furnace of medicine. It could be said that not long ago, his condition was terrible to the extreme, too horrible to endure. Later on, even though his body was pieced together, he was still already crippled, his body damaged, forcefully bound together. Right now, all of this was changing. While bathed in divine flames, exuberant life force surged. Shao's body was changing intensely, the so-called broken bones long reconstructed. As for his blood and flesh, they even more so experienced a baptism, now sturdy and powerful. Where is the problem? Shao was confused. His body was becoming strong, being restored, could even be said to be perfect. So where did his uneasiness come from? It should be related to the perfect great laws, right? This was what he suspected. Now, there were many divine chains of order falling from the heavens above, drawn down by the fiery light and phoenix true blood. It cleansed Shao's flesh, interweaving with him. If he wanted to recover his Tao skills, this was an essential process. Moreover, this world had perfect great Tao laws. Refining the true body like this provided tremendous benefits. In the future, they would become even more evident. Only why was his mind so tense? A type of terrifying instinct was rejecting this, facing it seriously. Within Shao's body, life energy surged. It was just too resplendent, making him look like a burning sun. His entire being was releasing auspicious multicolored light, primal chaos energy even surging. At this time, he could feel abundant power. Magical force was crazily surging, cultivation increasing. This was especially the case when boundless heaven and earth natural laws and perfect divine chains of order were drawn down, producing terrifying power within his body. Shouldn't we release the protection around his head? Allow him to transform further? A supreme being said. It was because during this process, someone had been protecting Huang's head this entire time to avoid anything unexpected from happening. Okay. The others all nodded. Immediately afterwards, that supreme being stepped back. As a result, Shao's skull shone, the space between his brows swirling with auspicious brilliance. Immortal energy surged, the irregular scenes becoming more and more astonishing. Sure enough, Shao's head began to surge with raging flames, his bones releasing pi-pa sounds. His head that was previously fractured and destroyed underwent repeated tempering, being reforged. When great Tao laws spread, the divine chains of order entered his skull. This instance of transformation reached its climax. Shao's body contained extremely domineering power. Within the roaring winds and fiery light was rich regeneration force. He was undergoing rebirth. Excellent. This body even leaves me a bit jealous. If my body had been refined to this extent, how great would my accomplishments today be? A supreme being said. This time, when they watched Huang's transformation themselves, the supreme beings were moved, feeling like this youngster was too extraordinary. Qi. When Shao's Tao skills revived, magical force surging within his body, the true phoenix blood began to completely interweave with his flesh, about to fully merge together. This type of blood had regenerative force. If it was absorbed and fully refined, for cultivators it naturally had tremendous benefits. They would be simply unimaginable. During this process, Shao's body shivered uncontrollably. The power within the true blood was too great. When he merged with it, it made him continuously tremble. Qi. At the same time, Shao's body surged with an expanse of dark light. This light had already existed before, but it wasn't as intense as right now. In that instant, his entire body became jet black. That drop of phoenix blood was a bit strange because in the beginning it was scarlet, but because of merging with that dark light, it normally looked dark red in color, even a bit black. At this time, that dark light was stripped off, moving on its own, covering Shao's true body, immediately triggering serious consequences. Shao's body was shaking intensely, as if it was going to break apart. Moreover, at this time, the flawless heaven and earth natural laws, perfect divine chains of order and other things that were originally descending from the sky and entering his body began to break apart under gabbing noises. Hurry! A supreme being released a shout. The Emperor Clan Supreme being moved, quickly forming seals, protecting his head from breaking apart, preventing it from exploding under the power released by the collapse of the chains of order. This was a shocking development. They had already reached the final stage. If things went smoothly, Shao would become even stronger, completely free himself from his lifeless state. Pooh! Things were even more serious than they had imagined. The dark light covered his body. Great Tao fractured, divine chains of order breaking apart. Shao's originally recovered flesh suffered a disaster again. Not good, the rebound is too strong. Why did things end up like this? Those people were all stupefied, at the same time feeling a wave of fear. They had to stop this or else Huang really was finished. Several waves of power interfered, protecting his head, and then they pressed down on his entire body. However, his body was still directly torn apart, wave after wave of blood radiance rushing out. The situation was extremely terrifying, almost ripping him to shreds right here. It was because these were the perfect Tao laws of this world, flawless divine chains of order that were guided down, tempering Shao's body repeatedly. Yet in the end, they broke apart in his body. How could this not be serious? Normally speaking, he should have exploded, turned into a blast of bloody mist. Yet now, even though he broke apart, flesh collapsing, his body and spirit weren't completely destroyed. The main reason was because his flesh was indeed powerful enough. Just now, when he was bathed in phoenix blood, recreating his true self, it was no illusion truly happening. That was why his body became extremely strong under this process. Moreover, the supreme beings took action, protecting him. This was another important reason, which was why Shao didn't immediately die, but rather break apart inch by inch. Tremendous pain. All of the bones in his body immediately broke, producing cracks, flesh and blood even more so continuously trembling. This was the result of the crazy backlash of Tao laws, the suffering unendurable. Came too suddenly and too intense. Who would have thought that his transformation would be cut short? Shao didn't faint, clearly experiencing this type of pain. He finally understood why he had that type of uneasiness. Now he obtained confirmation. It's because of that dark light, the Emperor Clan Supreme being said coldly. Is this phoenix blood still poison for him in the end? Another person said with a grave expression. Without a doubt, in the end, it was still an issue with that drop of phoenix blood in the end. To be more precise, it was the dark light covering his body. The dark light represents inauspiciousness. Could it really be just like the legends? Someone said with a serious expression. There were rumors that the fallen blood phoenix blood was originally scarlet red, incredibly bright, but later on, because it came into contact with something, dark light was produced within its blood, turning its entire body dark red. Is he completely ruined now? A supreme being asked while carrying extremely complex emotions. Huang was this extraordinary, yet he was destroyed in that instant. Everyone knew that his current state was terrible, even more terrifying than before he was saved by the Phoenix True Blood. Complete Great Tao laws, flawless divine chains of order, all of them breaking apart in his body like this. How cruel and terrifying of a thing was this? The most powerful backlash, in the end, there should be no way to save him. Right now, those people protected his head together, which was his primordial spirit. Otherwise, it would definitely be destroyed together with his body. He's finished this time, there is no way. The rebound of heaven and earth Great Tao, not being acknowledged by the heavens, leading to this scene, what can even be done? According to the Supreme Being's words, Huang was now truly ruined. They might as well start thinking about what they should do afterwards. This type of situation, who could make it through? No one could defy the heavens. Why are things like this? Everything is now ruined because of the last step. It was that close to succeeding. Could it be that even the heavens can watch on no longer, wishing to bring Huang away? A supreme being said. Not even they could save Sure How in this type of situation. That could only prevent his primordial spirit from collapsing, temporarily not dissipate. However, as time went on, this was definitely not sustainable. Hong Long. Rumbling noises sounded from within Sure Hao's body. One could see the broken natural laws and order were still interweaving, ravaging his body. Suppress. Let with no choice, the great supreme beings began to apply seals. Otherwise, there would be nothing left of Sure Hao's body. When everything calmed down, Sure Hao couldn't move at all. His entire body covered in blood, almost just a bloody paste. His powerful flesh completely in tatters. The supreme beings didn't say anything for a long time. They worked together to help Huang recover, but in the end, they all failed. Right now, he might die at any time. There is only one way left. Head to Gu Clan. Use their yin-yang furnace. One of them said with a sigh. No one expected to see this kind of result, it was just too bloody and too shocking. They failed at the last juncture, Sure How becoming a cripple again. Of course, this time it wasn't done on purpose, but rather the heavens itself that wanted to take him. Perhaps just now, his flesh transformation was too powerful, thus destined to be stopped by heaven and earth. The Emperor Clan Supreme Being said. This wasn't entirely impossible. When they thought about how Huang came from Imperial Pass side, if his body was reconstructed here, it was the same as completely mending his prior flawed true body. The great Tao of this world was complete. If he reconstructed his true body here, refined his true self, then he might be even stronger than before, display heaven-shocking potential. Is the world itself interfering? Heh. Regardless of whether this is the case or not, this youngster's fate really is full of misfortune. A supreme being said with a faint smile. It was because this couldn't be blamed on them. They already did everything they should do. If in the end, something unexpected really happened to Huang, only a primordial spirit left behind. If the Undying Kings wanted to see whose responsibility this lied with, it should be Gu Clan's fault. It was because this really had nothing to do with them. On the contrary, they even did their best to save Sure How, helped him ask for Phoenix blood, already acting with utmost duty. Right now, they moved quickly, tearing apart the void, crossing the sky dome, currently hurrying towards Gu Clan's ancient land. This was the last thing they could try. If there were no results, then Sure How was doomed to die. Gu Clan, this was a powerful and mysterious clan. One hand cut down space, one hand cut down time. These two matchless divine abilities, their extreme art, as well as what they relied on to sweep through the crowd. This was an unmatched race. The clan's members were just as rare as emperor clans, reproduction difficult. However, whenever one was created, they would definitely be a terrifying creature. An expanse of stone mountains shrouded in mist stretched out before them. Even though they weren't tall, hazy, and indistinct, they possessed a strange power. These stone mountains looked extremely imposing, vigorous, and domineering, carrying a wave of indescribable secret force. When they were examined more carefully, these stone mountains just felt a bit too concentrated, as if the power of the great cosmos was stored here. This was precisely the place this ancient clan resided in. Outsiders didn't dare approach, could only stop here. The supreme beings brought Shihao here, wishing to use the yin-yang furnace to try to help Shihao one last time. Perhaps they could truly defy the world, change this conclusion. The yin-yang furnace was an immortal furnace that carried mysterious colors. It contained yin and yang energies, able to reverse the universe, recreate great natural luck, granting one a life-altering opportunity. The reason why this item was so powerful, the most basic reason, was because it contained yin and yang energies. It was because in this world, all things could be explained through yin and yang. Stone mountains were everywhere, extremely vast, the area they covered great. Only, it was all shrouded in mysterious mist. No end in sight, Gu clan's true secrets unknown. Immortal mist pervaded the air, undying power spreading. The powerful aura and faintly discernible immortal Tao aura interwove together. This was precisely Gu clan's pure land. The supreme beings were stupefied as soon as they reached the mountain gate. It was because there was already someone waiting there, not surprised at all upon seeing them come. It was an elder, his white hair carrying bits of gold, figure short. His eyes were like golden lamps, bright and full of expression. This was Gu clan's supreme being, precisely the one who previously crippled Shihao. Gu-yi, were you waiting for us? A supreme expert asked with some hesitation. Correct. I've waited for a long time already. Gu clan's supreme being Gu-yi nodded in reply. You already foresaw that things would be like this? A supreme being's eyes revealed divine radiance, pressing forward. Gu-yi, did you do this on purpose? When you had us seek out Phoenix blood, you knew things would be like this. One of them asked. Obviously not on purpose. It was just that I suddenly felt an impulse, sensing something. You all know that my Gu clan is known to be able to sever space with one hand, time with the other, extremely sensitive towards things related to ourselves, so I naturally sensed something ahead of time. Gu-yi said. When Gu-yi saw Shihao's current condition, he walked over, examining carefully, moreover asking about his experience. If it succeeded, then he really would have defied the heavens. Gu clan's supreme being smiled, shaking his head and saying, on Imperial Pass side, the world is flawed. To really reforge a true self here, start from the beginning, how could it be that easy? There will definitely be a rebound. He said this with an extremely certain tone, believing that this was quite normal. It was because if any random person could compensate for their true body's inherent faults, then that was just too great of a joke. This was what wasn't realistic. Making a trip through the yin-yang furnace is an unavoidable experience. For this youngster, it might be some good after all this misfortune, truly refining a world-shocking unmatched body. Gu-yi said. He gave the unconscious, blood-covered body gradually becoming ice-cold Shihao a look, coming to this conclusion. There's no need for an unmatched body. If he can recover, maybe a bit stronger than before is already good enough. There was immediately a supreme being who interrupted. It was just a passing thought. If one wants to do that, then the price is just too great. It's not like he is my Gu clan's heir. Gu-yi laughed. The others nodded. However, even if he was rescued and recovers, I fear that it won't happen overnight. There are some heavenly materials and precious treasures needed. Gu clan supreme being Gu-yi requested. According to what he said, now that Huang was crippled to this extent, it was already extremely serious, most likely only the yin-yang furnace able to refine him, but there were some rare medicinal herbs and other things that had to be thrown into the furnace as well. This is extremely troublesome. Things need to be done carefully in order for a precious body to be refined. Gui said in an extremely calm and collected manner. Those people all revealed strange expressions, the Emperor Clan Supreme being even more so, directly saying, "Wasting so much time like this? What are you plotting? Since this is what you all believe, then just take Huang with you and leave." Gu Clan Supreme being Gui said. Only how could they leave? Even though they always suspected his motives. Right now, only Gu Clan could help Huang overturn the world. News spread, all clans hearing about what happened, this triggering quite the commotion. It was because some heavenly treasures were needed, had to be gathered. Couldn't be hidden from those who wanted to know. Moreover, inside War God Academy, there were many people who personally witnessed Xianxia become crippled. None of this a secret news long spreading through the outside world. Huang was ruined. There were a few clans who previously clapped their hands in joy. Now they had to save Huang. This left them in a bit of a mess. However, those who understood the inside story all went on their way, hurrying to Gu Clan's ancient land, wishing to see what exactly was going on. There were also those who wanted to see Xiao's death. Even heaven and earth order within his body has been broken, yet he still wants to recover? Stop dreaming. Being crippled like this is just fine. In the other side, there definitely weren't many who wanted to see Xiao recover. Several days later, the rare medicinal herbs Gu Clan Supreme Being Gu Yi asked for really had been gathered, brought out by a few Supreme Beings and others' joint efforts. Of course, during this process, a few other things also happened. For example, many experts came, including Supreme Beings and even Undying Beings who were paying close attention. Among them, there was naturally no lack of great clansmen, as well as some private transactions done. Yin Yang Furnace, even though it looks like it is one body, it is divided into Yin and Yang, two furnaces. We don't have any other requirements, we only ask for the Yin furnace for our grandson, for him to be refined with Huang. Is this possible? These were the words of an Emperor Clan Supreme Being, extremely straightforward. They brought over some rare great medicines this time that could save Huang. But this was also to help his own grandson. This won't do this time, the Yin furnace has been arranged for a Gu Clan child. How could this chance be given to outsiders? Gui firmly refused. There were others who passed by, especially another Supreme Being who heard a bit, immediately becoming shocked. What is going on? He couldn't help but ask. They are fighting over natural luck. Gu Clan really isn't sincere and honest. That Emperor Clan Supreme Being said with a cold expression. And, along the way, there were other Supreme Beings who carried doubts. When Huang's body was reconstructed, many natural laws and divine chains of order broke within his body. This is a great opportunity, Emperor Clan Supreme Being said coldly. When they thought more about it, the Supreme Beings who passed by understood. If it was a normal person, they would have long died, turned into bloody mist. The fact that Huang's ruined body could hold those natural laws and order was completely because there were some great experts at his side, helping him seal his body. He was now sent here. If he was refined in the yin-yang furnace, those divine chains of order and other things that were broken had astonishing value. Gu Yi, did you do these things on purpose? Did you long foresee that it would be like this? A Supreme Being shouted. Definitely wasn't on purpose. Gu Yi shook his head. Right now, the true yin-yang furnace was brought out. Many people watching over this place. They brought it to a stone valley surrounded by mountains. Not only was there chaotic energy here, there was true undying fiery light. This stone valley was extremely special. Throw the medicines into the furnace, Gu Yi ordered. The refinement was about to begin. As for Huang, he had long been placed inside the yin-yang furnace. Stone Valley wasn't that large. Even the ground was made of stone, hard and cold, carrying metal-like luster. Gu Yi, if you don't give us a complete explanation on this matter, I fear that we will not be able to continue with it, a middle-aged man said. His status was high, originating from an emperor clan, Anlin's descendant. He had previously tried to negotiate with Gu Yi, wishing for his grandson to be sent into the yin-yang furnace with Huang. Gu Yi was extremely firm, not willing to yield before, while now this middle-aged man was also quite forceful, not saying too much. directly arriving in the valley to stop this. The others were shocked, revealing strange expressions. Heat surged in the stone valley, rising from underground. Moreover, those stone mountains all around them also released terrifying heat, already forming extreme fiery light. In summary, this place was extremely special, temperature terrifyingly high. Normal creatures could completely forget about entering, or else they would be refined away on the spot. That was why those who entered the valley were all extremely important, even the weakest needing self-severing realm strength. Cough. I also feel like it is best if some things are cleared up, another middle-aged expert said. Everyone was a bit stirred up, because this was a creature from the Scarlet King bloodline. This wasn't all. Then there were 3 or 4 supreme beings who spoke up, demanding an explanation from Gu Clan, their expressions all rather cold. A few people were moved. Even Gu Clan felt the pressure increase. It was because the ones who voiced their opinions all came from emperor clans, moreover all supreme beings, hurrying over not long ago. They naturally didn't fear Gu Clan, even if it was inside of their ancestral land. They still acted similarly forceful. Stone Valley became extremely quiet, the atmosphere a bit tense. The Yin-Yang furnace was at the center of the valley. It looked rather indistinct, floating up and down, rising and falling, surrounded by primal chaos. Huang was laying inside. This furnace contained great Tao energy. It was clear that the refinement process was interrupted, temporarily stopped. A few people's eyes released light, not expecting for there to be interference at the final juncture. Now that Emperor Clan experts spoke up, no one dared to not pay their words great attention, especially when their opinions were identical. When there are too many people, it is easy for there to be problems. Gu Clan's elder Gu Yi said. The others didn't understand his intentions, but the Emperor clans did. The so-called too many people was them trying to seize the quota, wishing for their descendants to enter the Yin-Yang furnace, be refined together. It's fine, we have some preparations. The middle-aged expert, Scarlet King's descendant said. He was someone from an emperor clan, always acting forcefully. His eyes were cold. Of course, the so-called middle-aged was his outer appearance. His true age was hard to see through. His incredibly deep eyes displayed that he definitely lived for an extremely long amount of time. This way, Gu Clan's elder Gu Yi narrowed his eyes, inviting the great Emperor Clan's supreme beings to the side, wishing to discuss things in more detail. It was clear that he had to compromise and all sides needed to pay up, or else there was nothing worth talking about, nor was there any chance of success. Yin-Yang Furnace. This is an unmatched supreme treasure. Should the conditions permit it, even great Tao natural laws can be captured, and then broken down. I can agree to let Tao brothers' descendants in, but the materials needed will be extremely heaven-defying. These were Gu Yi's words, extremely direct, and also extremely simple. At this point, he didn't refuse, instead having the Emperor clans find a way. Search for all types of rare great medicines. Satisfy those extremely severe conditions. After arguing once more for a bit, in the end, both sides nodded, reaching a consensus. The Emperor clans were extremely efficient, all domineering individuals. When negotiating, if they could do it, then they could do it, if they couldn't then they couldn't. These individuals could still be considered to be satisfied. They returned to Stone Valley again. The Yin-Yang furnace was rising and falling. Huang had long been placed inside. Apart from this, there was quite a bit of medicinal herbs, ores, and other things. However, they didn't seal the furnace opening. We are going to fetch the heavenly treasures. Anlin's descendant, the middle-aged Emperor clan expert said. Several streaks of light left into the distance. The others' pupils contracted. What were they going to do? Just now, there were already many divine objects placed inside the medicinal furnace. Why were they going to get more? Of course, the supreme being level figures already knew what was going on, but unfortunately, apart from the Emperor clans, the others had no way of haggling with Gu clan, no way of obtaining opportunities for their own descendants. The same day, several youngsters arrived in Gu clan's ancient land, all of them brought by older generation figures. Of course, there were even more shocking heavenly treasures. Yu, Wukuan, Qingkuan, the 3 of them were all here. Apart from them, there were their young experts who came, all of them Emperor clan heroic talents. 6 young emperors. When everyone understood what was happening, they all felt jealousy, especially the younger generation, their eyes becoming red. It was because for the 6 young emperors this was a great opportunity. He Ziming was also in this group. He looked at those people, releasing a light sigh. Even though his ancestor He Wushuang was extremely powerful, aptitude shocking past and present, in the end, he was still a bit behind, not becoming a king. The so-called half-king was destined to become the highest level of existence, but still needed some time before becoming an emperor clan. He Ziming believed that he could definitely compete with the emperor clan's younger generation. However, right now he had no way of participating. His ancestor was still in seclusion. The other seniors couldn't come to negotiate, obtain a spot for him. In reality, the one feeling regret wasn't just him. There were still many others. Soon afterwards, ordinary cultivators also knew what was going to happen in Gu clan's ancient land. The yin-yang furnace looks like it is one body, but it is actually divided into yin and yang, 2 furnaces. When Huang is placed inside the yang furnace, the other youngsters will be in the yin furnace. Sees natural luck like this. When these news spread, how could everyone remain calm? Stone Valley was full of people, all of them experts. At the very front, naturally emperor clans and others, watching that precious furnace attentively. Wu Kuan, Yu Yu and Qing Kuan already entered the furnace, occupying favorable spots, sitting down in the furnace, opposite of where Shi Hao was. Then 2 males and 1 female, similarly from emperor clans, entered, all of them outstanding individuals from the younger generation. That's Qi Menghong. Someone recognized Qi Menghong from the 3 who entered later, Scarlet King's descendant. He was exceptionally powerful, previously cultivated for a period of time on Immortal Platform Mountain. Generally speaking, the 6 great emperor clans favored male descendants, or else there wouldn't be only a single female among the 6 young emperors. We can only say that they are lucky, their cultivation realms just happening to be close to Huang's. Otherwise, it might not be them who enjoy this natural luck. Someone outside said in a low voice. Now, there were some people who completely understood what was going to happen. The 6 young emperors all entered, their cultivation realms similar, perfect for refining in the same furnace. Wah! That's a tribulation crossing divine lotus. Someone cried out in shock. This was just the beginning. Yet an emperor clan threw a divine medicine inside. That divine lotus shone with golden light, extremely dazzling, releasing a rich fragrance. Then, the middle-aged man from Shichuo's bloodline threw more rare divine objects inside. Not only were there divine medicines, there was even a piece of rare or material. Heavens! That's a king blood stone, someone said, completely stupefied. The one from Shichuo's bloodline also threw in a dark red rock. At first, it was a blood red. Then, it released 5-colored brilliance, full of undying aura. This naturally shocked everyone. There were creatures who recognized that this was a stone soaked in an immortal king-level expert after he passed away. Heavens! Those are year fruits. Another person cried out in alarm. It was because inside the yin-yang furnace, there were a few fruits added, cast in by Scarlet King Bloodline's creature. This thing, for people whose lifespans were nearing its end, was a priceless treasure. It could prolong one's life, grant life from death, thus given the name year fruit. Just like that, from time to time, a few rare medicinal herbs and ores were thrown in. The furnace was full of brilliant colors, carrying immortal energy. The 6 young emperors sat inside, not moving at all, quietly waiting for the great Tao imprints to be refined. They looked much more vigorous than Shi Hao because Huang was lying down right now, not moving at all. His injuries were just too severe. Before the yin-yang furnace was sealed, another young man walked into the furnace. Who is this? Is he on par with the 6 young emperors? That's Gu clan's Gu Hong, Supreme being Gu Yi's own grandson. His talents exceptional, someone said with a low voice. Gu Hong had a medium build, his expression calm, light golden long hair releasing bits of blood color. His entire being was extremely collected as he walked into the furnace. Gu Hong is extremely powerful, not weaker than the 6 young emperors. A formidable genius, someone said. Guangdong. The furnace lid was completely sealed. No one able to enter now. Burn! At the same time, Gu clan's old supreme being Gu Yi released a light shout, only saying a single word, burn. Immediately afterwards, everyone backed up, walking towards the valley entrance. Only the supreme being level experts remained here, able to resist the heat. It was because the entire valley surged with divine flames, pouring out from the stone mountains, also rising up from underground. This was a flame valley, producing extraordinary flame Dao power suitable for medicine refinement, used for heating the yin-yang furnace. What exactly is this for? Even though many people guessed already, there were still some people who were confused. It was because they had just arrived here. You'll know if you just watch. From today forth, the 6 young emperors are likely going to be raised by another notch. This is seizing Huang's fortune and natural luck. There's also Gu clan's Gu Hong. Should be 7 young emperors. Someone corrected. Someone shook their heads and said, on the same level as emperor clans, Gu clan is extraordinary, but in the end, they still aren't an emperor clan. Some people believed that calling it 6 young emperors was not bad, but adding Gu clan would seem a bit strange. Hong! Stone Valley trembled, the fiery light becoming more and more brilliant, burning fiercely, about to swallow up that yin-yang furnace. Divine, multicolored light shone, the temperature terrifyingly high. This wasn't a man-made Dao flame, but rather something that existed to begin with in the Stone Valley. Now, with a bit of trigger, flames surged. There were all types of sayings in regards to the fiery light here. There were some who believed that this was a Dao comprehension holy land, tangible great Dao traces buried within, merging with the underground rock flames to form Dao flames. There were others who believed that back then, the Gu clan ancient ancestor, which was also the existence who had fought with the true dragon, previously refined medicine here year-round, also comprehending the Dao here. Stone Valley engraved his Dao here, supporting the most powerful Dao flame. The yin-yang furnace rose and fell, rising and falling like it was in water. In reality, it was in midair, a set distance from the ground. It endured the burning of Dao flames, refining the essence of all types of precious medicines and other things. This furnace was extremely mysterious, at the same time it was exceptionally powerful. It was brought over from Imperial Pass side, becoming Gu clan's supreme treasure. Even in the entire foreign side, this furnace was ranked high, one of the few supreme treasures that moved even undying kings. If not for taking in Gu clan, they would have long slaughtered their way over to seize it. By the valley entrance, there were many people who looked over, wishing to see this furnace clearly. Unfortunately, it was extremely blurry, surrounded by Dao laws, wrapped within order and regulations, hazy and indistinct. Its simple and ancient appearance carried a type of grand aura. It endured the corrosion of endless time, received the great Dao baptism of countless experts, not breaking after repeated refinement, imperishable after innumerable trials, witnessed too many great battles. It could refine medicine, but no one saw it as purely a medicinal furnace, the reason just because it was too strong. Unfortunately, after a larger half of a great era passed, this furnace had never been moved, could only be placed in this valley, because it was related to Gu clan's prosperity and decline. It was because it was rumored that this clan's great ancestor was still alive, but this furnace was needed to hold his body together. It was rumored that he was buried right here. Inside the valley, everyone was discussing spiritedly, many of them talking about this supreme treasure. When everyone saw it for themselves, this place became abuzz with noise, a few rumors all revealed. It is rumored that Gu clan's great ancestor was only a bit off from becoming a matchless immortal king. In the end, someone interfered, and as a result, even now, his life can't be ensured. Who was it? Don't tell me that it was my worlds, someone said quietly, expression long changing. When he spoke up to hear, he didn't dare continue. No, it was an injury received from Immortal Ancient. There are other hidden details. Otherwise, Gu clan might not have necessarily defected to my side. Gu clan's elder Gu Yi's expression immediately fell. This was Gu clan's old wound. A matchless king's path was stopped by someone. The effects of this too great. Even though so many years passed, the clan still didn't want to talk about this. All of you better shut your mouths, Gui said coldly, killing intent surging. At this moment, even the emperor clans didn't want to get involved, let alone those other people. That was why the valley entered a momentary silence. No one mentioning this topic again. In the furnace, Xianxia revived, his consciousness already awake. Otherwise, if he was refined without any awareness, he might just be refined into gruel. Meanwhile, during this process, not only did he discover that there were other creatures here, he was also aware of the situation outside, hearing some of the discussion. Xianxia was extremely shocked. Gu clan's betrayal seemed to have a story behind it. Who was it that stopped the king path of this clan's ancestor? He didn't have much time to think about this, because his body was in a dangerous situation. He had to focus all of his attention on withstanding the suffocating pressure the yin and yang energies released. The yin-yang furnace's furnace wall was simple and unadorned, but it released a strange type of power, as if it was going to completely break him down. Apart from this, there were two types of energies surging, covering everyone in the furnace. Xianxia's situation was extremely complicated. There were Emperor clan experts who applied seals, or else his body would have exploded a long time ago, body and soul extinguished. He carried the traces left behind after the perfect great Tao fractured. All types of broken chains of order. These things were enough to end his life. Fortunately, the seals left behind by the Supreme Beings were still there. After he was placed in the furnace, the yin-yang furnace began to carry out a targeted refinement. Hong. Immediately afterwards, Xianxia felt incomparable blazing heat. It was full of a domineering aura, his entire being ignited, wrapped within Tao flames. The yin-yang furnace could be divided into the yin and yang great furnaces. Now, the effects were clearly displayed. Xianxia discovered that he was in one end, while the others were on the other side. Even though it was a bit crowded, they didn't come over. He was in the yang furnace, while the others were in the yin furnace. It was obvious that that side wasn't blazing hot like this. Perhaps blazing hot wasn't enough to describe this type of temperature, because self-severing realm experts might be turned into ashes at every turn. There was yin energy covering the other side. The temperature of the yin furnace could be endured. Xianxia was being refined, his body in the yang furnace, bearing the brunt of the heat. It was because when the yin-yang furnace operated, it began from his side. Moreover, Tao flames burned, producing yang energy first, activating his side. When he was being burned, the divine light within Xianxia's eyes was deep. While enduring the roasting of the yang energy, he observed the situation of the people on the other side. Wu Kuan, Yu Qing Kuan, these three he recognized. He had also seen Scarlet King's descendant Qi Menghong before on Immortal Platform Mountain. Apart from this, Gu clan's young expert Gu Hong was someone he knew. He previously chased after Xianxia with the Fearless Lion and another Emperor clan youngster in Divine Medicine Mountain Range. The other Emperor clan youngster was named Suo Gu, Shichuo's descendant. Also here, inside the yin-yang furnace. Wu Kuan, Yu Qing Kuan, Qi Menghong, Suo Gu, as well as Gu Hong. He had seen all of them before. That was why there was only one young lady who Xianxia didn't recognize. She was one of the 6 young emperors. Dang! Suddenly, it was as if the yin-yang furnace had been smashed into, a tremendous noise sounding. At this moment, it was no longer like a furnace, but instead like a golden bell's great sound. So loud even the deaf could hear, everyone alarmed. Then Tao aura spread. As the tremendous noise spread, everyone in the furnace entered a wondrous state of Tao comprehension. This supreme treasure furnace body was extraordinary after all. Kacha. This was caused by the yin-yang furnace. It was drawing out the secret force within Xianxia's body. Hong. A great Tao aura spread. After the perfect Tao laws broke apart, markings and other things were left in his body. At this time, they completely revived. The yin-yang furnace could divide all things into yin and yang, 2 energies, able to interpret everything. Now, it completely refined Xianxia, the same as adjusting and analyzing those Tao laws. This was a type of mysterious transformation. Xianxia's area immediately became hazy, his entire being surrounded by a sphere of energy. This is those children's opportunity. In Stone Valley, Gu clan's elder Gu Yi said. A few people nodded. Those who understood the situation all knew what was going on in the furnace. In Yang furnace, it could decide the universe, able to derive the great Tao through yin and yang energies. Right now, it completely analyzed those divine chains of order and other things that were broken in Shihao's body. Complete Tao laws were broken, leaving behind the truest great Tao traces. Meanwhile, all of this was stored within Shihao's body. This wasn't easy at all. Normally speaking, he should have been destroyed back then. It was all because there were some supreme beings there that he was quickly sealed. These were great Tao traces that were hard to find in this world. Right now, they were refined by the ancient furnace, completely interpreted. On the other side, the 6 young emperors opened their eyes, staring at Shihao without blinking, simultaneously waiting for the nurturing of the yin and yang energies. It was because the traces on Shihao's body were being broken down by the supreme treasure, allowing them to obtain and possess them. The complete Tao laws of this world, they were naturally going to use this to refine their true bodies. However, their understandings of the Tao were different, which was why it was impossible to completely grasp it. Now, they had the chance to browse the things hidden within the great Tao traces through this supreme treasure. This was equivalent to listening to the highest-level existence lecture on scriptures, as well as intimately making contact with the world's great Tao, personally touch it. This was definitely heaven-defying natural luck. That was why their seniors were moved, seeking opportunities for them, sending them into the furnace. Focus, carefully experience all of this. This is like the heavenly Tao lecturing on scripture itself. All of you need to carefully listen. An emperor clan's supreme being in the valley shouted. Inside the furnace, all types of divine medicines broke down. The king bloodstone and other ores being refined as well, medicinal nature abundant, breaking apart, nurturing everyone. Hong. Yin and yang energies swirled, the 2 inner furnaces resonating, forming a mysterious connection. The 6 young emperors and Gu Hong shook, listening to the great Tao, their insights extremely deep. Apart from this, they also had a type of expectation, wishing to see Shihao's own Tao, use the yin-yang furnace to interpret Huang's Tao and techniques, seize his natural luck. The yin-yang furnace was, without a doubt, heaven-defying. Once it resonated, yin and yang energies would form a bridge in understanding all things. Perhaps it really might help these people understand Huang's path. This was what those supreme beings in the valley were hoping for. They sent their younger generation in precisely with this in mind, having them walk through Huang's path, not to imitate, but rather to use as reference, use this to perfect their own bodies, thus become even more glorious. Yin-yang furnace, it continued to shake back and forth, rising and falling in Stone Valley, drawing out heaven and earth natural laws. It was surrounded by the heavens' divine chains of order. Right now, it looked extremely divine. Everyone watched nervously. If they succeeded, then the youngsters in the furnace would obtain extremely great benefits. This made them couldn't help but sigh. The yin-yang furnace was worthy of being a supreme treasure, moving even undying kings. Dang! The furnace shook once more, its sound long and drawn out, ringing like a great bell, Tao sounds rumbling. Everyone was inwardly shaken, some people even directly sitting down, wishing to comprehend the Tao. This ancient furnace was too mysterious, possessing immeasurable might, able to change everything. Yin and yang energies swirled about, wrapping around the furnace body, continuously rising and falling in the air. Great Tao aura becoming more and more rich. Even supreme beings long moved. More and more people sat down, comprehending the Tao here. It was extremely quiet outside the valley. No one saying anything, all of them feeling like this might be the #1 supreme treasure. At the very least, it gave them a feeling of being incomparable. Show! Inside heaven and earth, streak after streak of purple energy rushed past. This was great Tao that was falling, appearing in tangible mediums, for example, blossoming as lotus flowers and indistinct scripture sounds. The aura became more and more grand, drawing everyone's attention. Only, quite a few people coughed out blood, their bodies shaking, wounded by Tao sound. The valley entrance was in disorder. Even when supreme beings secretly comprehended the Tao, They felt an intense pain in the space between their brows, quickly stopping and calming down, not daring to immerse themselves in this again. Everyone, be careful. Do not try to harmonize with the yin-yang furnace. It is deriving the great Tao extremely dangerous during this process. Even though it has guided down natural laws of the heavens, it isn't suitable for everyone to comprehend. Gu clan's elder Gu Yi warned. He knew that even though the yin-yang furnace looked calm right now, divine and ancient, in reality, it was dangerous. At the very least, those outside couldn't touch it. Right now, the yin-yang furnace was wrapped within natural laws, becoming more and more hazy. However, each time it shook, everyone's souls would also tremble. That type of aura could simply destroy heaven and earth. Right now, even the Emperor clan's supreme being's expressions became grave, seriously warning everyone not to approach, that they have to withdraw further back. No one remained in the valley, even Gu clan's experts all withdrawing, so there was naturally even less a need to talk about the others. Inside Stone Valley, it was as if thunder erupted. Chaotic energy surged, roiling forth, large amounts of natural laws interweaving, clashing with each other, forming a terrifying scene. Chi, the sun and moon trembled, heaven and earth cracking apart. Soon afterwards, a screen of light surged within the mountain valley, as if it was about to tear apart the sky dome. Just a single shake from the yin-yang furnace created such a terrifying irregular scene. Don't worry, the mountain valley is the resting land of the precious furnace. It won't destroy this place, nor would its effects leak out. Gui said. It was because those people's faces all became pale. That type of power was too great. If it truly erupted, it would definitely be able to hack down the stars and moon, break through this ancient land. Right now, everyone understood why, even though the yin-yang furnace carried great natural luck, able to bring down the natural laws of the heavens, outsiders still shared no fate with it. There might even be dangers inside of it. Everyone, please do not worry. This is their opportunity. If they fail, then it can only be said to be decreed by fate. Gui said calmly, extremely open-minded. The Emperor clans were all silent. He said this easily, but one had to understand that the disciples of Gu clan really were extremely few, the death of any one of them a great loss. Inside the furnace, it was indeed much calmer than outside, because yin and yang energies swirled, neutralizing everything. It was precisely because of the existence of the two energies that the world's great Tao was seen through. Tao to one, one to two, the so-called two could be derived with yin and yang. With it as the guide, this was why it could then touch upon the world's complete great Tao. This was precisely where the yin-yang furnace was heaven-defying. Of course, after experiencing the nourishment of the experts of history, this furnace became more and more calm, increasingly suitable for comprehending the Tao and cultivation. Inside the furnace, Hao still couldn't move, but his body was undergoing an intense change. The precious furnace shone, sealing his body, resonating with the great Tao traces inside his body. Hong Long Long. Immediately afterwards, his body began to turn about, rotate in the furnace. At the same time, Yu Wu Kuan, Qi Menghong, Suagu and others also began to rotate, moved about by the precious furnace, surrounded by yin energy. The furnace shone, becoming almost transparent like divine glass, forming a yin-yang vortex, spinning at extreme speed. Soon afterwards, yin and yang energies winded about each other, shaking while carrying them. Kacha! A breaking sound rang out from within Hao's body. The divine chains of order and other things that had previously broken apart within him were activated, starting to shake, producing a change not even he understood. Hong Long. At the same time, the furnace became more and more brilliant, guiding down those complete natural laws from the outside world, making them descend onto this place. Now, the grand scripture sound was clear, at the very least. For the people inside the furnace, it was just that close, within arm's reach. Qing Kuan, Gu Hong, Yu Yu, and Qi Menghong were shaken, immersing themselves within. They knew that their benefits this time were extremely great, truly succeeding. This was an interpretation of the great Tao, the incarnation of various natural laws. It was fully presented before their eyes under such close distance, granting them a profound comprehension experience. Streak after streak of light appeared, broken down by yin and yang energies. Those were streak after streak of great Tao laws. If they interwove together with just them alone, there was no way they could completely sense it, yet here it was completely different, becoming much simpler. Inside Shihao's body, sounds of things breaking apart rang out continuously. Those great Tao traces were being touched, resonating with the natural laws that were guided over. This was precisely the reason why the yin-yang furnace could be analyzed even better, able to explain the great Tao. Seed. The eyes of those in the furnace erupted with brilliance, seeing the great Tao traces within Shihao's body. Turns out after the broken things condensed, they formed a seed-like object. No wonder the yin-yang furnace trembled, pulling and drawing again and again. It was precisely for granting this seed a turning point, for analyzing the great Tao. Unfortunately, they were limited and restricted by their age and cultivation realms, unable to completely understand it. Listening to great Tao scriptures, comprehending natural laws of the heavens, all of this was only temporary. Needless to say, these things would disappear soon. They couldn't grasp it for a long time. Not even Huang was enough. He was lucky enough to not die, obtaining the help of the supreme beings, temporarily having those great Tao traces sealed. Meanwhile, right now, the yin-yang furnace shook, completely breaking the seal, so those things were definitely going to scatter apart. Hong Long. Outside the precious furnace, natural laws completely seeped in, carrying out a nourishment with Shiha as the seed, natural laws as water. All of this gathering together, continuously releasing a great energy. Shiha screamed out. This power was too terrifying, making his entire body break apart inch by inch. Great Tao crushed down, completely entering his body. The so-called seed was nothing more than a primer, triggering this terrifying situation. The entire world seemed to be crushing down on his body, the weight unimaginably great. Pooh! Shihao's body cracked apart, as if he was struck by an immortal hammer. The phoenix blood within his body appeared, turning into fiery light, burning fiercely, making his body revive, recover. Only, these great Tao traces shone, guiding even greater power, blasting him apart once more, breaking his bones into who knew how many pieces. He came from a different world, yet wants his true body reconstructed, guiding down the great Tao to refine himself. How can it be this simple? It is the same as starting over from scratch, 99% chance of death. Gui said calmly. The supreme beings nodded, because in the past, there were those who came from Imperial Pass, secretly entering, hoping to reforge themselves with this side's perfect natural laws, hoping to become even stronger. Normally speaking, they could obtain quite the benefits, but if they wanted to completely reforge their true self, start all over, all those who tried died. After growing up in the other world's great Tao, if they wanted to transform themselves like this, completely reconstruct themselves, this was just courting death. Now, Huang encountered precisely this kind of predicament. Shiha deeply sensed how difficult this was. He released a light sigh to completely reforge himself. If he did it step by step, it would indeed bring great benefits. However, if he wanted to completely change himself, then it was too difficult. Hong. An expanse of dark light surged, wishing to enter and destroy Shiha. This was a component within the phoenix blood, rumored to be the root of why the blood phoenix fell back then. In that instant, Shiha was submerged in dark light, becoming pitch black once more. Meanwhile, he was ripped apart again, the transformation failing precisely because of this type of dark light. Now it appeared again. Yin and yang energies swirled, quickly interweaving. Not far out, those people's expressions changed. Now, this type of dark light appeared even in the yin-yang vortex, making all of them feel threatened. The yin-yang furnace was also moving, suppressing the dark light, cutting it apart, making it grow dim. Then, Shihao's body revived under the phoenix blood, and then broke apart under the great Tao once more. This cycle repeating itself continuously. This was an extremely terrifying process, the amount of suffering unimaginable. During this time, dark light appeared from time to time, because it was mixed in the phoenix blood, unable to separate the two. In this type of situation, if he wants to absorb the phoenix blood, possess the true phoenix recovery ability, it is just too hard. A supreme being said. Pong! Inside the furnace, Xianxia could finally move again, his body repeatedly cycling between being destroyed and reconstructed. He immediately sat up, entire body covered in blood, resisting it there. Cut! After who knew how much time had passed, he released a short shout, forcing the phoenix blood and dark light out from his body without hesitation. That's not normal emperor blood, it might very well be a drop of ancestral blood. He is giving up on it just like that. Someone said in shock. The value of this drop of blood was immeasurable, unimaginable. When the Blood Phoenix clan gifted it out, even they felt inwardly sore, let alone how precious it would be regarded if those of other clans obtained it. However, Huang gave up on it just like that. For sure how this wasn't his blood. Even if he merged it into his body, it would be hard to truly merge it within him after a long time had passed. He didn't want other corrupted blood to be inside of his own body. His path was extremely pure. He wanted to transform himself this way. His blood would be incredibly pure, not mixed with other so-called rare ancient blood. If the Phoenix bloodline's precious technique was here, he would study it without any hesitation, but directly absorbing it into his blood, having it mixed together, this wasn't something he wanted. It was because he was worried, fearing that this drop of seemingly perfect ancient blood would become a flaw in his path of cultivation in the future. Of course, this was if there was a future, if he could live, otherwise, absorbing it or not was both meaningless. However, this time, this drop of phoenix blood indeed displayed great use, helping Xianxia activate his vitality, allowing him to recover. Right now, Xianxia's body was in tatters. He was crushed by the great Tao again and again. However, he endured it all, withstanding it with everything he had. Xianxia was slowly recovering, treating this as the most difficult trial. He entered the other side, always wishing to reconstruct his true body with complete Tao laws. Now, the goal was in sight, currently being carried out. If one wasn't born here or cultivated in this world, it was hard to receive the approval of the world. Normally speaking, forcefully transforming was simply a road of death. Meanwhile, Xianxia first experienced the refinement of phoenix blood on Immortal Platform Mountain, having his body tempered this way, and now he was reforged once more in the Yin-Yang furnace. It could be said that he was gradually having his wishes fulfilled. This child is not simple. He really is about to succeed. Gui said, eyes erupting with brilliance, surging like torches. He stared at the center of Stone Valley. The benefits the other children obtained are similarly great, able to hear the great Tao, also having their true bodies reforged once. In the future, their accomplishments would become limitless. An Emperor Clan Supreme being said with a smile. This time they all succeeded. It could be considered a win-win situation. Yu, Guhong, Wukuan, Qi Menghong and the others were struck by Tao light repeatedly, moving with the yin-yang vortex, every one of their bodies releasing gabba-gabba noises, their precious bodies reconstructed. They were born in this world, previously experienced all of this before, but this time it was deeper, more powerful than before. Everything was because of Huang's existence. They were able to profit because of him, gain another type of experience. Apart from this, they also seemed to be comprehending the Tao here, gaining experience in many things that were previously difficult to understand. Their return this time was too great. No matter who it was that was covered in great Tao order radiance, they would always gain shocking and profound insights. Xianxia was recovering. He didn't care how things were going for the other individuals. This was this world's great Tao to begin with. He was going through a trial, borrowing it to refine his true body. He didn't try to stop the others from gaining benefits. It was because these people were more familiar with this world and its great Tao than him. If I sharpen myself further in different places, wander different ancient worlds, perhaps I can undergo an unimaginable transformation. Xianxia thought to himself. Even though he wasn't completely freed from danger yet, he still had a few thoughts. The Nine Heavens side could be considered a damaged world, while this was a complete great world. Now he experienced both. The world may change, but his true self is eternal. Xianxia was greatly moved. Even the complete great worlds have the day where they might be ruined or destroyed, for example, the 9 heavens 10 earths. If one used it to achieve the Tao, grow up in that side, there will be many problems. At this moment, Hao clearly realized that his true body was what would exist forever. All other things had a day when they would collapse. If he wanted himself to be imperishable, he had to start with his own self. Using the body as the seed. Right now, he deeply experienced what was the most important. Even if he was in the other side right now, about to successfully take in this world's natural laws, reconstruct a true body, he was no longer that excited. I will seek the Tao from within myself. Right now, Hao's condition was becoming better and better. The yin-yang furnace rumbled, protecting everyone in the furnace, releasing yin and yang energies, allowing them to safely transform. Hao carefully tested things out. His cracked forehead recovered, primordial spirit stabilized, frontal bones sparkling. His entire body received an instance of refinement. In the end, the power of natural laws seemed to no longer be that crazy, wouldn't injure his body. The heavens' natural laws have withdrawn, about to scatter. Outside the valley, someone released a light sigh. The scene of the great Tao falling was too shocking. It couldn't be maintained long-term. This type of opportunity was only temporary. The amount those in the furnace comprehended would just be that amount, no more, no less. At the very least, recreating the true body would be enough. This was a type of natural luck. Chi. Suddenly, Hao sensed danger. Someone in the furnace wanted to take action against him. A mysterious aura rushing over, wishing to understand the secrets in his body. And, outside the mountain, Gu clan's expert Gu Yi's expression fell. He then turned to look at an Emperor clan supreme being, saying, "Someone came with an undying decree?" Inside the furnace, someone activated a mysterious decree, stirring on the ancient furnace once more, making it continue operating. This furnace was extremely mysterious. How could a normal person operate it? However, Emperor clans were extraordinary, handled too many secret treasures. There was a weapon control decree engraved by an undying being, wishing to momentarily grasp the furnace, have it continue. Meanwhile, this time, the furnace's target was still Huang. But it was no longer that gentle, but instead domineering, wishing to forcefully seize the various Tao traces and others in his body. I heard this younger generation is a bit extraordinary, succeeding with body as a seed. Why don't we take a look to see what really happened? Outside the valley, an Emperor clan supreme being said, "We can." The others nodded. When Gui heard this, his expression became a bit cold, saying, "This is my clan's supreme treasure. However, I am not opposed to giving it a try." He nodded, so there was naturally no issues. Hong. Yin and Yang energies locked Hao in place, wishing to learn of all of the secrets in his body. Haha, after gathering heavenly law, our own paths have been perfected. Yu laughed loudly. It was precisely him who brought the decree inside. In reality, Qi Menghong already wanted to take action, wishing to directly kill Huang, even more extreme than Yu. There were others who carried cold intent, wishing to take action. But now they all stopped, wishing to see the various secrets in Hao's body. Wang. The furnace moved. At first, it still released great Tao divine sound. But in the end, light overflowed inside, making everyone's hearts pound. Then they were all ripped apart, the scene horrifying. No! Outside the valley, the faces of this group of experts all turned pale with fright. Dang! Immediately afterwards, the furnace lid flew out, quickly opened by a supreme being. They rushed over to provide assistance. A few people fell out, all of their bodies in tatters, even broken, covered in blood. It was an appalling sight, all of them seriously injured. They all suffered a great disaster, almost dying inside. How could this be? Someone released a roar. If something happened, the so-called 6 young emperors turning to ashes, then nothing would remain. The yin-yang furnace has life, it doesn't wish to be restricted by the decree. Apart from this, it isn't omnipotent either, Gui said. It explains some things. The yin-yang furnace had its own will. Even if an undying being's decree appeared, it couldn't control it and would instead be restricted. The decree shattered. Apart from this, Yu Yu's body had long been broken into two, injuries the most serious. There was something else that Gui didn't say, because there was no need for these people to understand the Yin-Yang furnace's secrets. The Yin-Yang furnace was cast in the 9 heavens, and it had existed in this world for many years as well. It was extremely familiar with the Tao laws of both worlds, which was why it could deduce and figure out some things. Meanwhile, even though that young man was still weak, not fully growing, he used the body as the seed. This seed was entirely different, couldn't be seen through. That was unless the Yin-Yang furnace carried him for endless years, also studying and learning about him, only then would it be able to fully comprehend his existence. We should know when to be content. They were refined together with Huang. All had their true bodies reconstructed, becoming stronger than before, the benefits they received not small. Gui said. The supreme beings entered the valley, carrying their respective descendants in their hands, quickly examining them, fearing that they might have received irrecoverable great Tao injuries. It's not too bad, can still be healed. Someone released a breath of relief. Xianxia stood up. After many days passed, he was finally no longer in a half-crippled state, able to control his body. Even though there were still injuries, moreover not light, this type of feeling was still quite good. Without a doubt, he sensed unprecedented power, becoming even stronger than before. Congratulations to 6 young emperors for your great returns. Your future accomplishments will be limitless. All of you might even be comparable to your clan's great ancestors. Gui was all smiles. His figure was stooped, white hair carrying a faint golden radiance, congratulating the Emperor clan's supreme being like these. These people felt a bit of a creeped-out feeling, because this didn't match this old fella's normal behavior. Comparable to the great ancestors? This type of thing, there's no need to say any more. The middle-aged expert from Shuchuo bloodline said. When the others heard this, they all shivered, feeling great restraining fear, to the extent where they were a bit terrified inside. Ranking in this world was strict. The undying kings were known to be without equal, no one able to compare to them. In this great world, as long as their names were called, there would be magical projections that would appear. This type of matchless might was simply beyond comprehension. One had to understand that the ancient world was extremely vast and boundless, many times greater than all of the 9 heavens 10 earths added together. Qi Menghong, Yu Yu, Suogu and the others stood up as well, looking at Xianxia at the same time, their expressions cold, murderous light flashing past. Some of these Emperor clan young experts really wanted to kill Xianxia. While bathed in blood, they really did have unstoppable appearances. There were others who developed murderous intent because they were refined in the same furnace. It was because when one thought about it, this time they became stronger because of Huang, basically basking in his limelight, making them feel like there were pricks in their hearts. They wanted to take action, decide who was stronger through this battle. Raising Gu. Gu Yi's voice was incredibly soft, but the youngsters still vaguely heard those 2 words. This made the expressions in their eyes even more cold. The so-called Raising Gu was placing a group of divine bugs in a sealed container. Have them fight bitterly, only a single king could walk out alive. What was this old thing trying to say? These individuals all felt extremely uncomfortable. They had previously remained in the same yin-yang furnace, yet they were now compared with this analogy. Qi Menghong and Yu Yu were full of killing intent. If news went out like this, it would greatly damage their reputation. At the same time, they felt like it really was Huang who helped them, so they wanted to eradicate the main source. Soon afterwards, they left Stone Valley. Many people met them with smiles, congratulating them. Tao friends, this way please. This is a matter worth celebrating. I have arranged a feast. There will be immortal ancient wine. Let's all share a drink. What do you all think? Gui said. The group left this place, guided into a spacious area. There were brilliant golden palaces built on the mountains, these buildings flowing with waves of immortal mist. This was Gu clan's important area. Only when esteemed guests and undying existences visited would they be led here. Could be said that these people were treated extremely courteously. These palace halls, it has supported the footprints of too many great figures in the past. A place worth visiting for later generations. In the last great era, without end immortal king, Reincarnation, Immortal King, and other matchless experts have come here. Anlin Bloodline's cultivator said, deeply moved. The others were shaken, all of them paying close attention. The golden palaces were moved over from the Nine Heavens side. Before that, it was the important place Gu clan used to welcome immortal kings. Little friend, you really are special. Can be considered a heaven-warping genius, born for battle. Gu walked towards Hao with a warm smile, carefully looking at him. Bring the immortal wine. Then Gu ordered people to bring wine. It can't really be wine from immortal ancient era, right? Just how many years have already passed? If it was preserved like this, can it even be drunk? A few people had puzzled looks. Soon afterwards, someone brought over a wine jar, the colors sparkling, carved out of jade. It carried flowing light, at the same time had a type of restrained immortal aura, giving off a natural feel. Inside the golden palace, waves of gasps sounded, and then exclaims of admiration sounded. What rich wine fragrance! Put on. Moreover, there were immediately people who passed out from intoxication, unable to withstand this type of fragrance. Alcohol alone definitely couldn't do this. Everyone knew that the so-called fermentation contained a mysterious Tao aura, a wave of secret force swirling through it. This should be rare, precious wine. Many people sighed in astonishment, all of them raising their glasses. When they saw the wine so viscous it was like jelly, they felt a drunken feeling before they even drank. Then, large amounts of people collapsed because as soon as they took a sip, they immediately passed out. This wine really is strong. Was it brewed specifically for undying beings? Scarlet King Bloodline's supreme being, after drinking a cup, unexpectedly felt his body stagger. Then, he sat in this palace hall, not paying anyone else any attention. This type of wine contained Tao laws worth experiencing. Soon afterwards, the entire great palace became quiet, no one speaking anymore. Little friend, this way please. Gui called out to Hao, leaving the ancient palace. Within the palace, Qi Menghong opened his eyes. He didn't drink the wine, eyes releasing chilly radiance, coldly saying, Gu clan, you are in our world. Don't tell me your heart is still with Imperial Pass? Do you want to have your clan wiped out? When Gui and Hao left, there was also Gu Hong, someone who previously also entered the Yin-Yang furnace with the 6 young emperors, also obtaining tremendous benefits there. Honger, you don't need to follow us. Gu clan's elder said, only bringing Hao back to Stone Valley. Is there anything you want to say to me? At this point, even Hao revealed a strange expression. This old fellow crippled him first, and then indirectly helped him accomplish his aim, using the Yin-Yang furnace to reforge his body. Otherwise, how could it be this easy to reconstruct the true self? Back then, our bloodline was also born in the 9 heavens. That period was too splendid. Immortal kings everywhere. Undying kings roaring. The great battle intense. There were even creatures from great eras even further back who emerged, participating, exceptional experts all emerging. That type of brilliance was simply unimaginable, the elder said with a great sigh. One could imagine just what kind of glorious era that was. Undying kings fought bloodily. Immortal kings rebuked heaven and earth, blood dyeing the 2 worlds. It really was an alarming sight that shocked past and present. In reality, based on the great predecessor's speculations, that great era could only be considered a small battle. The true miserable war will happen in this great era. Darkness will cover the great earth, blood splash across all worlds. The heavens collapse, a great settling of conflict going to happen. Being born in this great era has left me terrified and moved. When will that day come? What exactly will happen? Gui sighed, his wrinkled old face full of excitement, as well as a type of fear. What are you trying to say? Hao asked. What I want to say is that being in these times that is known to be history's most bitter really isn't easy. My clan wishes to seize back our past glory, or else we won't survive. If we don't become immortal kings, we will always be ants, cannot even protect a clan. When facing the most dazzling and bloody era, all clans will have to fight for that glimmer of hope, Gui said with a sigh. What kind of chaos, what kind of settling of conflict? Shurhao asked. This was the truth he desired the most. When you see the great world wither, hear the war songs of the most powerful, you will know. Unmatched figures will emerge. A few powerful clans return. Killing intent will overflow into the heavens, blood soaking many great eras. Gui said. He was trembling, stirred up, also feeling a type of respect and fear towards the future. It was because even he didn't truly understand. These were all words of the deceased elders, the deductions of predecessors. However, now he had a chance of fully understanding because he was going to enter that place, have an audience with that unmatched existence once more. What use is there in telling me these things? Shurhao asked. To demand repayment from your clan. You owe my Gu clan an undying king, Gui said coldly. His figure was short, a bit stooped, but right now, his back straightened, saying with a loud voice. Back then, my clan could have produced an unmatched expert, an immortal king, but he was attacked by Stone Clan's ancestor. Shurhao immediately broke out into a cold shiver. There was this type of grudge between the two clans? A chill ran down his back. This meant that this elder didn't come with good intentions, but rather wanted to settle accounts, clashing with some of Shurhao's previous suspicions. My Stone Clan's predecessors are all of indomitable spirit. For the sake of protecting desolate border, they fought one after the other, blood-dying desolate border, falling in battle in succession. If they attacked your Gu clan, there is definitely a good reason, Shurhao said. Ha! Guyi's smile was a bit cold, extremely chilly. He didn't say anything, but his gaze was a bit terrifying. Ka! Stone Valley split apart. There was a stone staircase that led underground, precisely the place the Yin-Yang furnace protected. The precious furnace was still here, right now floating in midair. It slowly descended, carrying immortal mist, hazy and indistinct, as if it could crush the heavens for endless time. This type of pressure was suffocating, making one's flesh feel like it was going to explode. Gui brought Shurhao underground. Using the body as a seed, the idea was brought up back in immortal ancient years. Meanwhile, my Gu clan's ancestor was precisely one of the ones who deduced its possibility. Gui said. The underground world was dark, extremely dry, this passage extremely long. This was an underground palace, the main road leading straight towards a single direction. Shurhao was a bit shaken, because not long ago, he already heard those people's discussion. The Yin-Yang furnace didn't appear for endless time because it was used to suppress Gu clan great ancestor's magical body, help him survive. The Yin-Yang furnace was in Stone Valley, so underground. Could it be where this clan's ancestor resided? At the end of the path was a stone room. It was extremely simple, the stone gate crude, lacking decorative designs, even more so not having any great Tao order or other things. Great ancestor, in the past, your distinguished self's Tao body broke at the crucial point. Your immortal king foundation ruined. Today, I have brought a seed to you. He succeeded with the body as a seed, moreover experienced endless refinement. Gui actually knelt down with a putong sound, extremely devout, and also extremely serious. His forehead touched the ground here, seriously kowtowing. Guyi's head touched the ground, kowtowing respectfully, incredibly solemn, feeling the utmost respect for this person. Was it really that Gu from the past? Shurhao's expression changed. As he stood here, he examined his surroundings clearly, but there was no boundless aura that rushed out. The stone door was crude, lacking divine force or Tao laws, extremely simple and ordinary. This place looked extremely ordinary. Right at this time, the stone door trembled, pushed open by a formless power, revealing the scene within. It was too simple and crude, only having a single stone bed, on it seated an elder. This was Gu clan's great ancestor. This was an elder, figure extremely tall. Even though he was seated there, he still looked extremely tall and big, back straight, hair light golden, but becoming a bit white. The passage of time left quite the traces on his face. His skin no longer sparkling. His sharp eyebrows reached into his temples, eyes extremely deep like the starry sky. This elder was definitely extremely handsome when he was young. One could imagine his long golden hair, lively eyes, his matchless heroicness in the past. Only, under the vicissitudes of time, the powerful would still wither, lacking the past blood energy and fierce vitality. Thus, he seemed ordinary once more, because there wasn't the slightest bit of magical force fluctuation, let alone any domineering loftiness. He was just like a declining ordinary person. Was this ancestor Gu, the one who could previously fight with Anlin comparable to undying kings? It was rumored that he was just a step away from becoming a matchless immortal king. Not long ago, when he was in Imperial Pass, Xianxia had previously seen a drop of undying king blood fly over, shaking heaven and earth, overwhelming the vast great army, the power grand and incomparable. Now, a living creature who was about to be comparable to existences of that level was sitting here, yet he couldn't sense anything. It was too calm. Even if he was returning to a natural state, there should still be a trace of power. In the end, Gu Clan's world-shocking elder didn't speak, remaining extremely calm the entire time. Only when he raised his hand, gesturing towards Gui, did he stand up, his expression changing a bit. He was looking at Xianxia seriously, his gaze calm, not carrying any emotions. Regardless of whether it was a supreme being or undying existence, if they really stared at someone, if their flesh didn't fall apart, souls shaken, then it was pretty close. It was because the pressure was too great. For this level of existence, swallowing up the sun and moon when it opened its mouth, making stellar streams collapse with a roar wasn't a problem at all. However, this elder before him was just this easygoing, not displaying any soul-prying scenes. A moment later he nodded, finally displaying some movement towards Xianxia, lightly pointing out. Inside the stone room, Gui immediately trembled, his blood surging. If not for needing to maintain a certain level of sincerity before this powerful existence, he wouldn't be able to hold back a shout. He felt like he found the right seed. Gu Clan's ancestor needed Huang. Xiao's body went taut. Even though he didn't see any killing intent, nor was there any danger approaching him. When faced with a legendary matchless figure, who could remain calm? That finger pointed at the space between Xiao's brows, precisely where the primordial spirit was. In that instant, Xiao felt his brows become scorching hot, a wave of heat extending. Meanwhile, his frontal bone began to shone, moreover releasing a thunderous noise. Sinner's blood collapsed the clouds, lightning flashing everywhere. Stone Clan's unique bloodline symbol appeared. There was an imprint by his brows, extremely complex and profound. In Imperial Pass side, it was believed to be a sinner's blood imprint, a sign of shame. However, in this instant, Gu Clan's matchless figure, after seeing this symbol, revealed a trace of emotion for the first time. His eyes were extremely bright, peering through the heart. In that instant, lightning tore through the void, the long river of time faintly discernible. This was precisely the direct embodiment of the ripple in emotions. Indeed, he is Stone Clan's descendant, he said for the first time. At this moment, Xiao finally saw a clear abnormality. The elder's expression was extremely complicated. His eyes dim, and then brilliant as if it could burn the heavens, eventually full of sadness. However, all of this happened extremely quickly, all in an instant. Only this brief transformation, the terrifying scene it produced, shook this ancient land. The stone room was still okay, flattened by a wave of mysterious power. However, in the outside world, in heaven and earth, primal chaos, lightning and thunder erupted, immortal mist covering the sky. It was unknown just how many tens of thousands of li of earth collapsed, the most terrifying earthquake trembling. Moreover, the heavens were torn apart, stars falling, a rain of blood pouring down. As if someone was crying, the entire universe feeling grief in its place. In the outside world, everyone was dumbstruck. It was unknown just how many creatures quivered in fear. Then, in this region, all clans trembled, difficult for them to resist this type of might. Fortunately, this aura came and left quickly. The clouds immediately became faint, the winds light, all of the abnormalities disappearing without a trace. Inside the stone room, it was extremely quiet, lacking sound. Xiao's frontal bone was shining, his body like a taut bowstring, extremely tense. Even though he knew that he couldn't win, he still had to resist with everything he had. He would rather be beheaded, blood flowing everywhere, falling miserably in battle than submit. This was a trait that had never changed even after the savage brat grew up. Was his body going to be seized? Perhaps this was the only conclusion. In Xiao's opinion, he was now in critical danger. Gui was moved. He really was looking forward to the great ancestor's revival, to be freed from his current predicament. So was there a gift more suitable than Huang? After all, he succeeded with the body as the seed. However, in the end, the Gu clan matchless expert only waved his hand. The expression in his eyes carried loneliness, as well as blade radiance with sword shadows. Dull radiance was released from within his pupils, reflecting countless figures from Immortal Ancient. A world-shaking great battle could be seen in his eyes, seas of blood overflowing into the heavens. Great ancestor! Gui was confused. Did he intend to have them leave? If I've fallen to the point where I have to plunder the great Tao seed of another, would I have been able to reach my current level today? There has long no longer been a place for Gu clan in this world. He calmly said. Gu Yi's body trembled. This cannot help your distinguished self in any way? Gui was still a bit reluctant, asking like this. Gu clan's ancestor didn't say anything, sitting there quietly. A wave of formless power pushed Xiao and Gui out from the stone room, the stone door then silently closing. Things pertaining to immortal kings, these are things you do not understand. In the final moment, Gui suddenly remembered his deceased grandfather previously saying this. Gui walked out from the underground palace with a blank expression, arriving on the surface. As soon as he left Stone Valley with Xiao, they were quickly surrounded. These were supreme beings, some from emperor clans, the rest from other places, all of them looking like they were facing a great enemy, stopping his path. Then they looked carefully at Xiao. Gui, what exactly did you do? When these people looked at Xiao, they carried great restraining fear. It was because they had heard rumors that Stone Valley had an ancient existence underneath. He had previously almost achieved Immortal King level, but in the end, he was attacked by Stone Clan's ancestor, having his foundation ruined. Similarly, there were those who heard that the body as a seed path was something quite a few people took part in, Ancestor Gu previously one of the contributors. Now, Xiao successfully walked this path while his ancestor ended Gu clan's path ahead. There were some things that could be associated together. They highly suspected that Xiao's body might have been seized, or the seed within his body might be gone. You all have overthought things. Without a heart to overlook past and present, how can one become an immortal king? Gui actually spoke this line. Right now, he was a bit relieved, but also felt incredibly regretful. Gui further said to himself, even if the blades of the heavens winded about one's body, formed a cocoon, if one doesn't have the will to devour all of time, there is no way to achieve the Tao. Even though he explained like this, the cultivators here were still doubtful. They all frowned. After all, just now, many people sensed that heaven collapsing feeling. It was definitely Ancestor Gu who moved. If you don't believe me, then examine him yourselves. Just bring him away. With a fling of Gu Yi's sleeves, he forcefully saw them out. A supreme being produced an ancient treasure, its name Truth Illumination Mirror, continuously shining it on Xiao, immersing him in divine light. However, they didn't see any abnormalities. Let's go. They left Gu clan's place of residence. It was because they also believed that if Ancestor Gu really did make a move, he wouldn't let Xiao leave like this, at the same time wouldn't hide like this. At their cultivation realm, they naturally had heaven-swallowing spirits. In the distance, an ancient tree shook. It supported stellar rivers, endless stars hanging from the tree leaves. This was a world tree. It was born in this world and grew here. Its branches extended out, sheltering the entire ancient realm within. After the great battle of the past, because of this tree's existence, the originally cracked realm walls recovered. This was the reason why this world was perfectly preserved. Now the world tree shone, scattering down a decree, directly falling from outer space. Undying's decree. The supreme beings who brought sure how away were all surprised. Passing down a decree through the world tree meant that the situation was extremely urgent. The decree of undying existences descending from outside space. This was through the power of the world tree, arriving from the ancient realm. Walala! The world tree was boundless, its might dominating past and present. When its leaves turned, stars moved about, the sun and moon rumbled, shaking the world. Normally speaking, few dared to make contact with the world tree, only doing so if there was something major. This was this world's protector tree. The decree descended, falling down, releasing endless rays of brilliance. There were characters written all over its surface, glistening with brilliance, the strokes like metal and silver, possessing terrifying might. This was the power of the undying. Even though they didn't personally descend, a strand of their essence energy already entered the decree. The faces of the supreme beings here were all extremely serious, solemn and respectful as they carefully received the decree. Even the Emperor Clan's supreme beings had serious expressions, not daring to act carelessly, similarly complying with the law decree, displaying how strict the ranks of status were. It was because even though they were quite strong, they might not necessarily become undying existences. There were definitely experts at the peak of mortal Tao in every Emperor Clan, but they might not necessarily take that final step. In reality, it should be said that it is extremely difficult to take that step. In this world, even though there were many people, the territory vast, the number of undying existences was still extremely few. It could be said that as long as an undying existence emerged within a clan, then they could immediately become a king clan. Even if the undying being died for a comparatively long amount of time, they would still remain a king clan. This was, unless a clan completely declined, never having any hope of rising up again. Even the powerful emperor clans, after endless time, only had a handful of undying beings, to the extent where it might just be one or two. One could see just how rare undying beings were, how hard it was to reach that step. After the decree fell, the expressions of everyone here changed greatly. Before they read the text, they first saw the name signed. It was actually a decree written by many undying beings, hurriedly sent over. This is to pardon Huang. Even the most powerful cultivators under those who achieved long life were shocked. As for how they were to deal with Huang, there was now a clear ruling. The undying beings seriously passed down the decree that no one was allowed to harm Huang. If they dared to secretly take action, they would be suppressed. This was a clear decision, no longer like a few days ago where the attitude towards Huang was extremely indistinct, leading to a series of events happening. Why was there this sudden change in attitude? Soon afterwards, they received the answer. When they headed out again, passing by a few giant cities, there were other Emperor Clan supreme beings who understood the details from their people. The undying kings hadn't returned yet, still inside burial land. However, an old servant previously appeared, hinting that Huang couldn't be harmed right now, but instead had to be left behind intact. This old servant wasn't an ordinary creature, but rather the vicious beast who guarded Anlin's cave, an old wolf spirit. Even though he was a servant, his status was great. Anlin's place of seclusion could not be approached by anyone, not even his descendants normally able to step foot inside. Only an old wolf guarded the ancient cave, ready to take orders at any time. This old servant appeared, stating that Anlin personally said the youngster who seized the rotten wooden chest is quite interesting. If he is caught, he has to be carefully examined. It was clear that this was what was said a long time ago. At that time, they had just suffered a defeat in Heavenly Beast Mountain, having the wooden chest seized. They never expected the situation to change like this. Imperial Pass really handing Huang over. This time, there were undying beings who went to ask for guidance. As a result, the old servant came out of the mountain, this old wolf mentioning the words Anlin said before, naturally triggering a great commotion. Many undying beings immediately wrote a decree, passing it down through the world tree, immediately informing the rest of the world. It was because they feared that something unexpected would happen to Huang. Even though several days ago, after undercurrents moved about, it should be considered saving Huang, they still feared that something unexpected might happen. "Youngster, you're safe," a supreme being said. Only when they looked at Hao, their expressions were a bit complicated. A bit of pity within the depths of their eyes. Being targeted by an undying king like this wasn't something good. That day, a few great clans already learned that Huang couldn't be killed, that they couldn't target him anymore. Of course, these so-called great clans were all clans who had a strong desire to get rid of Huang, either because their clan's genius or older generation self-release realm figures had been killed by him. Hao was rather surprised. His crisis was resolved just like that. That decree was extremely severe, mentioning that those who went against this would face clan destruction. This wasn't just a single person's blame. If they harmed Huang again, it would involve their entire clan. Hao wasn't sent into Blackwater prison, because there was no way he would be tortured now. At the same time, he wasn't sent to War God Academy either, because they couldn't act against him. If he was sent to the academy again, then it was too dangerous for others. Not long ago, he already stirred up quite the disturbance, leading to the deaths of over 100 young experts. This was an inauspicious bringer of disaster. He obtained freedom. No one expected Huang to be able to freely roam this ancient great earth. Of course, there were at least 6 imprints left on his body, flying out from the decree, making it so that great figures could sense where he was no matter where he went. They weren't spiritual imprints, but rather law decree fragments, engraved on his body, couldn't be removed. "Little friend, what kind of plans do you have now?" a supreme being asked amiably. Meanwhile, many days ago, he was still extremely cold. "This ancient world is vast, full of secret lands. I wish to visit those beautiful mountains and rivers, the King City historical sites." Hao calmly replied. Just like that, Hao went on his way alone. When news spread, this triggered an uproar. No one expected things to end like this. Many creatures who bore hostility were full of unwillingness. A black vile river surged, traveling through hundreds of thousands of li, incomparably vast. One could see a wide black river. When the terrain was level, it was still and silent, quietly flowing past, giving everyone an oppressed feeling. However, when the terrain was precipitous, when it moved through the mountains, it roared like a dragon of thunder. The most terrifying thing was that regardless of whether it was calm or violent, the rocks, earth, and plants at its side were all frozen. Moreover, it was black ice, sealing both shores. This was the Great Yin River, rich with Yin energy, able to seal the 2 shores. That day, a small boat drifted on the great river. A youngster stood on top, moving along the black Great Yin River. This brat really is calm, already a prisoner. Yet he still has the mood to enjoy the scenery. Who gave him freedom? He's all leisurely now. Someone mocked. This is only temporary, he won't have a good conclusion. Along the way, there were many creatures who stared at Hao, some of them even more so tailing him, even releasing killing intent. However, when they thought about the law decree, they didn't dare act rashly, fearing that they might involve their entire clan if they recklessly took action. Huang couldn't be killed. It has already been 8 or 9 days. Hao was extremely calm. In the eyes of outsiders, he looked extremely laid back, heading to King Clan ancient lands, enjoying beautiful mountains and rivers. He really treated himself as a tourist. Eventually, the creatures no longer hid, actually following him, moreover extremely closely. However, Huang ignored them all, completely disregarding the hostility and threats. So what if there were half-supreme beings following him? They didn't dare make a move at all. In the end, they were all helpless, releasing a sigh, leaving. Only some curious individuals continued to follow him, wishing to see what exactly he was doing. On the Great Black River, Hao didn't fear the cold. He sat on the small boat, actually starting to fish. With a hua sound, he fished out a black vicious beast with a flood dragon head and a fish body. It opened its bloody mouth, about to bite down on him. However, not long afterwards, an expanse of Dao flames surged. Huang opened the vicious beast's chest and stomach, starting to roast it. Motherfucking. This fella really is extremely carefree. His life is going to end sooner or later, yet he can still eat. Many creatures were stupefied. He was actually this relaxed, even in the mood to enjoy food. Only when Huang was about to leave the great river was everyone shocked. It was because waves reached into the skies, black great river sprays splashing in all directions, shooting into the heavens. There was a Kuan Peng attacking in that place, turning into a black great fish, swimming along the great river. Sure how left the great river, entering the valleys. It was rumored that an undying existence was buried here. After an attack on an undying king failed, he ended up dying here. His body had some golden crow bloodline. When it died, brilliant light shone through the 9 heavens, raging flames burning the skies. In the end, the hundreds of thousands of li of valley became a danger spot. Not a blade of grass growing, everything withering away, leaving behind rich flame Tao power. Sure how stood here for a long time, carefully sensing everything. He became like a statue, not moving at all. After 2 days passed, his body erupted with dazzling brilliance. Then he brandished his arms, forming imprints here, continuously attacking. Is this fella comprehending the Tao? Wandering my world's great earth? Is he seeking his own Tao? This left some people shocked. Even in this type of situation, Huang still didn't give up. He wasn't worried for his own life, not caring about his future, instead completely devoted to cultivation. When he left Setting Sun Valley, sure how headed west, entering an ancient land rich with undying energy. This place was always quiet, no one daring to enter. This is that individual's place of seclusion? It's Scarlet King's residence. Then, a group of people looked at each other in dismay, all of them stopping. Scarlet King was someone who killed immortal kings with his weapon vicious might matchless. His reputation in this world was too great. However, during Immortal Ancient War something happened to him, thus he never came out. There were some who said that he was nursing his injuries, others felt that he might have died. Huang actually came here. Did he want to break in? Cough. A cough sounded. This was an elder dressed in gray clothes. He walked over, saying, "This is Scarlet King's final land of seclusion, a place no one dares approach." He had to give this warning. Even though he was a follower, he wasn't one of those who carried hostility, but rather acted on orders, precisely fearing that Huang might act recklessly and be headstrong. Scarlet King, his vicious reputation was too well known. Even after all these years had passed, he still never appeared, but he was still remembered by the people of this world. Even if they were foreign creatures, they still felt like this undying king was too fierce. In the back, many people carried regret. Why did they have to remind Huang? They should just let him follow the path of his own doom. In the ancient land, undying aura pervaded through the air, the embodiment of a powerful and terrifying will. It was like immortal energy, all the same level of substance, extremely rich in this place. Sure how didn't have any way of entering. He stood here, closing his eyes, as if he was comprehending, but also like he was reflecting. After a long time had passed, only then did he begin to move. He extended his limbs, continuously forming imprints, and then it was as if he was experiencing a wondrous technique, completely ignoring everything else. After a long time had passed, Sure how made an entire trip around this place, but still didn't enter. He naturally wouldn't be too stubborn. He only came because he had heard of Scarlet King's vicious reputation. Just looking around outside was enough. Who knew if Scarlet King was still alive or dead? It wasn't something he wanted to investigate. Sure how went on his way, heading west. Soon afterwards, he arrived in a swamp. He silently looked around, not saying a single word, standing there for a very long time. It was because he could feel a wave of sadness here, mysteriously resonating with him. Hey, you really are sharp. You can sense it, right? The reason this place is a swamp is because it was formed from flesh and blood. Back then, a group of servants rebelled, and then they were all slaughtered here. However, those really were quite the strong rebels. Even after their deaths, their blood didn't dry, soaking the great earth, forming this blood swamp. Someone spoke up, clearly carrying hostility, provoking Sure how. These people followed him here, yet didn't dare take action. but provoking him with words was not an issue at all. Sure Hao knew that the so-called servants should be the experts who were brought here after the Nine Heavens defeat. They were definitely subdued cruelly. It was because he had heard about this more than once. When he was fighting against the foreign younger generation, they had previously purposely provoked Sure Hao, saying their clans had old servants who used to be the Nine Heavens predecessors, now still carrying out tasks for them. Sure Hao stood here for a long time, not saying a word. In the end, he turned around and left. Then he entered a great mountain, many stone cliffs here. All of them had great Tao symbols engraved on them, some whose resplendent light rushed into the heavens, some incomparably grand. Golden list. Sure Hao was quite shocked when he saw this. There really was a formidable great Tao aura here, many experts previously leaving behind their names here. All those who established heavenly arts, researched precious ancestral methods, could leave their names here for later generations to admire, recording their ageless achievement. Someone said from the side. The foreign side was warlike, praising military strength. As long as one made extraordinary contributions on the path of cultivation, then they would be remembered. This was clearly not a normal place. Sure Hao couldn't enter. Because this place was sealed, he could only watch from the distance. However, despite this being the case, he was still extremely moved. The names engraved on the stone mountain were full of great Tao aura, revealing some of their understandings of the Tao. Even if one watched from the distance, there would still be benefits. Sure Hao stayed here for several days before leaving. This fella really can keep his composure, just walking around and stopping here and there. Is he really just comprehending the Tao? Someone said with a low voice, frowning. Just like that, a month passed. Sure Hao went to many places, even entering several King Clan ancient lands, as well as the outer regions of Emperor Clan residences. Today, Sure Hao continued on his way. When he passed by a village, he discovered that the people inside were quite primitive, many of them with shaggy clothing, arms bare. Their appearances were fierce like bandits. What clan is this from? Sure Hao was shocked. In the other side, he had never seen such a poor community before. The village was run down and old, moreover extremely filthy, as if this was the residence of a group of wanderers. They came from the same place as you, someone said with a cold laugh. When Sure Hao heard this, he was immediately shocked. He then walked over, approaching the village. You all came from Imperial Pass side? Sure Hao asked. As a result, the creatures in the village were all extremely careful, eyes flickering with radiance. None of them were willing to reply. I also came from that side. Sure Hao took the initiative to tell them. Really? Are you also destitute and homeless? No one willing to take you as a servant now. A robust male walked over, carrying a pressing aura. At the same time, the others moved over, surrounding Sure Hao. Hand over all of the precious tools and magical artifacts on your body. The group of people were extremely fierce, cold light flashing through their eyes, actually about to rob Sure Hao. Meanwhile, this was definitely no joke. Sure Hao could feel their killing intent. A single misunderstanding and they were going to kill him all. Why was this? Sure Hao stared blankly. All of you, go away. Right at this time, the gray-clothed elder who advised Sure Hao not to enter Scarlet King's place of seclusion appeared again, berating those people here. Your distinguished self came from a king clan? May I ask if you need any battle servants? One of the robust men asked carefully. He was staring at a marking on the gray-clothed elder's sleeves, recognizing that he belonged to a king clan. Sure Hao was stunned. How could this be? They actually wanted to become battle servants? Heh. Do you see? The creatures that were seized aren't all tough nuts. This is the truth, the gray-clothed elder said with a smile. Sure Hao was quiet. What could he even say? These inhabited areas actually had such a strong feeling of servitude. At this moment, he understood that many things were different from how he imagined it. The predecessors' descendants in this world weren't all unyielding to the end. The so-called fighting a bloody battle to the end, the unyieldingness, much of it was just idealized. However, Sure Hao also understood that he shouldn't blame these people. After endless time passed, the situations of generation being terrible, They had long changed from the predecessors of immortal ancient great era, long not feeling any sense of belonging to the nine heavens. Even the clans who were previously extremely strong-willed might be tortured until they lost all of their pride. This type of village was reality. There was no way every single descendant of the nine heavens would maintain their bloodiness and loftiness. Time is a sharp blade. It cuts away too much, removing glory, self-respect, as well as the past unyieldingness and pride. Xianxia sighed. He didn't blame these individuals, instead, he sympathized greatly with them. This was actually a group of pitiful people. Sure enough, in the following path, he saw a few more stone villages. There were more primitive and declined groups willing to become battle servants of king clans. Xianxia didn't wish to stay here for too long, quickly leaving this region. Only these types of people can live longer. You've seen how those descendants of the nine heavens who are aggressive and unyielding are. Their lives difficult, constantly unsure of life and death. For example, War God Academy's fighters. They are destined to die bloody deaths. The gray-robed elder said. 2 days later, Xianxia received an invitation card. The words on it glistening with radiance, shining extremely brilliantly. They are actually inviting him. In the back, there were some followers with enmity who never left. When they saw this invitation, they were all extremely shocked. This is but a great opportunity. There is no reason to invite him. Why should he be able to go? A few people were upset, not even they were given this type of chance. Xianxia looked towards that gray-clothed elder. This was precisely the one in charge of following him. This is an invitation to a tea ceremony. Only exceptional talents are invited. Xianxia obtained a reply, moreover quickly understood the details. The so-called tea ceremony was also known as a Tao comprehension tea party. In this world, there was a stock of immortal medicine that was extremely special, incredibly valuable. It was precisely the Tao comprehension tea tree. Immortal medicines that became trees were extremely rare to begin with. Moreover, this was a tea tree that could help one comprehend the Tao. This was simply unimaginable. Whenever it matured, it would create a great commotion. Whenever its tea leaves could be picked, it would always become a grand occasion for this world. At that time, many heaven-warping figures would appear, sit beneath the Tao comprehension tea tree, enjoy the tea while discussing the Tao exchange pointers. Of course, if one wished to enjoy the tea, they had to have the qualifications to do so. Each year, the number of those who went exceeded the millions, yet in the end, only a few had the fortune of tasting Tao comprehension tea. It was because that ancient tree, normally speaking, produced extremely few leaves. In its most flourishing times, only 3,000 leaves. A single leaf could allow one to gain insights, its value astonishing. Will there be undying beings there? Xianxia asked. Even though it is a distinguished meeting, it is mostly for heaven-warping geniuses of later generations. The gray-clothed elder replied. Moreover, he didn't hide anything, telling him that winners could obtain more Tao comprehension tea tree leaves, meaning that they could continuously gain enlightenment. In the past, there were people who drank cup after cup of Tao comprehension tea, in the end comprehending the great Tao, breaking through the supreme being realm and becoming an undying existence, shocking everyone. There were others who were well prepared, sitting under the Tao comprehension tea tree, climbing up from the self-severing realm, irregular scenes shocking the heavens. Interesting, Xianxia nodded. In the end, he decided to go. Tao Comprehension Mountain. This place was definitely famous, a holy land of this world. It was all because of the Tao Comprehension tea tree that grew here. This was a world-shocking ancient immortal medicine, unimaginably precious. Whenever the tea leaves matured, there would be a distinguished meeting. Xianxia arrived beneath Tao Comprehension Mountain. This mountain really was big, extremely grand, giving off immortal mist. He saw many creatures as soon as he arrived at the foot of the mountain, with creatures of all different clans here. Don't hurt my grandma, woo-woo. At the foot of the mountain, weeping sounds could be heard, the sobs tender. There was a 4 or 5-year-old little girl standing in front of an old woman, hugging her body, guarding her, not letting others hurt her. For servants who committed crimes, even death is deserved. After all these years passed, the 9 heavens is already almost finished. Yet you all are still so bold and unyielding? Laughable. A youngster's face was extremely cold, raising his foot and stepping down. Shurehao's eyebrows stood on end, carrying anger, but also gratitude. This youngster was extremely vicious, even stepping on the little girl. The gratitude he felt was because he saw that there were still descendants of the 9 heavens who weren't like those villages. The little girl wasn't big, only 4 or 5 years old. Originally, she was quite pretty, but now her small face carried fear, large eyes full of tears. Her body was thrown over the old woman's body. She was crying, shouting, reaching out her small hands to protect her grandma, blocking with her weak little body, not letting that man hurt the old woman. The young man didn't show any mercy. That foot stepping down towards the grandmother and granddaughter pair, eyes full of cold light, expression a bit fierce. If they were trampled on, how could that little child take it? Meanwhile, that old woman didn't seem like a powerful individual either, already quite old. Difficult for her to bear serious injuries too. Don't hurt her. The old woman had blood on her mouth, forehead full of wrinkles, white hair filling her head, weather-beaten. She did her best to turn around, using her own body to protect the little girl. "Grandma!" The little girl cried out, tears tumbling down, feeling extremely grieved. The youngster's foot trampled down, still not stopping, about to land on them. Pong! Right at this time, this youngster felt intense pain from his back, entire body flying out, landing on the ground with a putong noise. His muscles and bones felt as if they were all snapped and broken, entire body in pain. This was especially the case with his back, burning with intense pain. "Who?" he roared out in anger. It was because he was sent flying by a kick. Originally, his foot was stamping down on the grandmother-granddaughter pair, but in the end, he was the one kicked flying. This really was a bit unexpected. "Human, 9 heavens descendant, you dare humiliate me?" When he saw sure that this was a human, he immediately became furious, face falling ashen, shouting, "Whose family's servant are you?" It was because, in his opinion, the 9 heavens descendants were all servants of different clans. Rarely did they have their own freedom. Treating a child like this, aren't you a bit too vicious? Xianxia stood there, looking towards the young man on the ground. "What does it have to do with you? This is my family's servant. If I want to kill, then I'll kill. If I want to cut them, then I'll do what I want. You are just a human, yet you dare act unbridled before me?" The male on the ground erupted in rage. In that instant, he leapt up, looking coldly at Xianxia. It was because even though that kick inflicted great pain, Xianxia didn't deal a killing blow. Right now, the surrounding creatures all looked over. "Young master, what's wrong?" In addition, when people further away heard sounds of activity, they quickly rushed over, clearly this male's subordinates. Of course, there were some who cried out in alarm, because those creatures immediately recognized Huang, never expecting it to be this disaster. Pong! Xianxia walked over, a foot extending out. With a pong noise, he stepped down on this young man's body, stuffing his following curses and words right back down his throat. This male was stunned. He was extremely strong, yet right now he already dodged, moreover took action, ancestral methods covering his body, yet in the end he was still kicked flying. This wasn't like the kick just now. His chest now had several bones that directly cracked apart. He screamed miserably, blood vomited from his mouth, falling onto the ground. "Who are you, daring to attack me?" The expression in the young man's eyes was malicious, gnashing his teeth in anger. "Little friend, you should hurry and leave," that old woman on the ground urged Xianxia, fearing that he was bringing disaster onto himself. That young girl's face carried tears, large eyes carrying gratitude, and also alarm. When she looked at Xianxia, she was at a loss for what to do, not expecting someone to help them. "Human race, nothing more than servants, yet you dare take action against me. I don't care which king clan's battle servant you are going to die," that youngster said with a cold voice. That young girl's face immediately became snow-white, horrified. Her nose twitched, and then she cried out, full of fear as she said, "Big brother, You should hurry and go. The grandmother and granddaughter both advised Sure Hao. Quite a few people in the surroundings already recognized Sure Hao. They all released cries of alarm, discussing amongst themselves. It's Huang, he came. Moreover, that young man's servants also hurried over, carrying shocked expressions, but also killing intent, looking in this direction. Kill him for me, the young man roared out with red eyes. Young master, cease your anger. He is Huang. These servants hurriedly supported the young man, advising against it. Huang, what Huang? Ah, it's Hum. The young master suddenly realized within his shock, the red color in his eyes disappearing. He was still angry, but when he looked at Sure Hao, he felt a bit helpless. This young man was extremely upset. First of all, their strength was definitely inferior to Huang's. Moreover, if one wanted to retaliate against him, they had the undying existence's decree to worry about. Huang, even though you are forceful, what I do is none of your business, right? That is my family's servant. I can deal with them however I want, the young man said in rage. He came from a king clan, so he had the backing to be a bit more fierce. The grandmother and granddaughter were stunned, because from these words, they realized that the so-called Huang was incredibly valiant. Even king clan's young masters feeling restraining fear. Big brother, please save us. The little girl spoke, large eyes full of tears. With a blink of her eyes, tears tumbled down, incredibly pitiful. Sure Hao nodded, not even asking why. It was because he could guess at their situation without even thinking too much about it. As the Nine Heavens descendants, their lives were extremely miserable. Huang, what right do you have to manage my servants? That king clan young lord said coldly. Young master, forget it. It's just one servant. Don't act rashly. At his side, there were old servants who hurriedly walked up, stopping him, bringing him away. That young man also calmed down a bit, not continuing to berate the other side. It was because he felt a bit of restraining fear, long hearing about Huang's rumors. If there was someone who provoked him, then they might really be directly killed. Sure Hao started to ascend the mountain, the grandmother and granddaughter following him. This made him sigh. This was only temporarily helping them. It didn't truly free them from their misfortune. Dao Comprehension Mountain was extremely large. When walking on it, one would feel like a speck of dust. The mountain was spacious, as if over 100 great mountains were pieced together. Many people ascended the mountain, but there weren't many who flew up, most of them walking up the stone stairs step by step. It was because if they wished to comprehend the Tao, they had to do this. At the same time, because this was a sacred land in many creatures' eyes, flight was not permitted out of respect. Even though the mountain was extremely large, still very far from the mountaintop, Sure Hao already felt that this mountain summit's life essence energy flourished like a sea. Needless to say, this was naturally because of the long life medicine, Tao Comprehension Tea Tree. At the same time, there was a wave of gentle light that scattered down. Despite the mountain being so great, one could still sense an auspicious aura undulating. There were many creatures on the mountain. Some of them recognized Sure Hao, none of them daring to get too close, maintaining a set distance from him. Just like that, the originally crowded mountain path in the space around Sure Hao actually became extremely spacious, no one coming here. The mountain was sturdy, actually releasing wisps of immortal energy, clearly an immortal mountain suitable for cultivation. It was no wonder this place was known as Dao Comprehension Mountain. At the side of the road, there were some pavilions and kiosks for people to rest in. There weren't many scattered about the mountain. Together with the waterfalls, flowing springs, and rising immortal mist, this place carried quite the elegant feeling, extremely beautiful. And when Sure Hao raised his head, he saw people drinking in a distant pavilion. There were some young people who gathered, chatting and laughing there. On that table, not only was there food and drink, there were children. When Sure Hao saw this scene, he immediately felt his scalp turn numb. It was because he saw a male open his mouth and swallow a child, bright red blood splashing out from his bloody mouth. At Sure Hao's side, the old woman's body trembled, as did that of the young girl. She was even more frightened, shaking in fear, eyes full of fear. Sure Hao immediately knew why the grandmother and granddaughter were treated like that. Right at this time, the youngsters also looked over, currently looking at Sure Hao. I knew the emperor's son-in-law was at a critical point, about to transform, which was why I found some human-spirited children who had special bloodlines, never expecting one to get away, moreover with that Huang interfering, ruining everything. The King clan young master who had previously been beaten by Sure Hao said. Moreover, at this time he stared at this side, expression in his eyes cold. He stared at Huang, carrying a bit of provocation. Sure Hao saw that there should only be one person eating children. Right now he was currently looking over, blood still dripping from the corners of his mouth, because he was still chewing. He ate a child alive. Moreover, there was a large jade plate with several children, all of them spirited children of the human race, within them some strange bloodline power. You've touched my food, human. Huang, aren't you treating yourself as too big of a deal? Inside the pavilion, the leading male said coldly, gabbing sounds coming from his mouth, blood flowing out. At this moment, Sure Hao's scalp went numb, not out of fear, but rather because a wave of anger was surging. He immediately rushed over, wishing to unleash a great slaughter. Behind him, the people who followed Sure Hao were all horrified, because right now, Huang's aura was just too terrifying. Huang, what are you trying to do? That King clan young master immediately stood up, berating Sure Hao. Huang. What he received in reply was a fist. Sure Hao used earth to inches, arriving with a single step, smashing at those in his way. That King clan young master, even though he resisted with everything he had, his eyes immediately became full of horror, his body exploding with a pu sound. Only a head remained, carrying fear and alarm, rolling to the side. He still didn't die, but this was even more frightening, experiencing a torment that made him wish he was dead rather than alive. The group of people were all shocked, all of them suddenly standing up in the pavilion, facing Sure Hao. No one expected Huang to be this domineering and direct, taking the initiative to provoke them. That King clan young master's head tumbled about, making all of their bodies go cold. That King clan young master was frightened. The head that was spared was purposely left by Huang, rolling next to the pavilion. He endured the great pain as he watched everything. Sure Hao erupted with killing intent, using the earth to inches great divine ability just like that, pressing over step by step, staring at all of the creatures in the pavilion. There were several children in the jade disc, all of them only 3 or 4 years old. Their bodies were sealed, unable to speak or move, but their eyes were full of fear, already about to faint from fear. Sure Hao had met some vicious beasts who were extremely savage before, but he had never seen creatures like these. They put on refined appearances, could be considered beautiful young men, yet had such terrifying bloody mouths when eating. Huang, this place isn't Imperial Pass. You are in my world. Do not go too far. Someone shouted. Pong! Sure Hao still released a fist, his eyes ice cold. The power around his fist was extremely concentrated, releasing a streak of terrifying divine light, directly blasting through that person's body. He immediately cried out miserably, flying outwards, and then exploded on the ground, only a head left to roll about. It wasn't that he couldn't kill them, but rather that Sure Hao purposely left them alive, to let them watch, at the same time taste the threat of death. There were 8 or 9 people, every one of them ruthless and cold-blooded. However, when they faced Sure Hao now, they all panicked, not as calm as before. Only the scholarly-looking male referred to as Emperor's son-in-law remained extremely calm, still chewing, slowly swallowing his food. In the end, he used a towel to wipe away the blood from the corners of his lips. Huang, do you know what you are doing? He spoke up, questioning Sure Hao like this. In the back, the young girl next to the old woman had long begun crying. It was because if Sure Hao didn't save her, just now, she would have met the same fate as what just happened before her eyes. Be eaten. Huang, you better not act randomly. Inside the pavilion, there were others who put on fierce appearances while actually terrified inside, shouting out like this. You reached a crucial point, needing special human blood? However, you just eat them this savagely? Sure Hao said coldly. If it was a wild beast, then that was that, but this was a humanoid creature, extremely graceful and calm-looking, yet he carefully ate these children. This contrast really was too great. This was precisely the reason why when Shirhao saw this himself, he decided to take action powerfully. In his opinion, that so-called emperor's son-in-law was intolerably savage. These children are so small, yet you have the heart to eat them in such a cruel manner? Shirhao shouted. He carefully sensed, discovering that these children innately had a few strange bones within them, bloodlines unordinary. After they grew up, they should precisely be the so-called exceptional talents, innately having a type of precious technique. Meanwhile, this type of spirited children, innocent and pure, still at such a young age, were treated as food eaten alive. I will give you one chance. Immediately turn around. Don't overestimate yourself because this isn't any of your business. This is my food, this emperor's son-in-law said. The King clan young master definitely wanted to offer up the small girl as a form of bootlicking. You think you are anyone special? Do I need you to give me any chances? Shirhao said. Moreover, he condensed a fist imprint, about to take action. Huang, hurry and stop. Don't stir up conflict. The gray-clothed individual who had always followed behind him, hurriedly transmitting sound, telling him to not act rashly. Shirhao wanted to know what kind of background this scholarly male had. As a result, the gray-clothed elder told him that this was an emperor clan's son-in-law. Moreover, he was related to the most vicious emperor clan, someone from Scarlet King's bloodline. His fiancée is Qi Menghong's younger sister, the gray-clothed individual warned. Qi Menghong, the outstanding inheritor of Scarlet King's bloodline. He had previously been sent into the Yin-Yang furnace together with Shirhao, his cultivation extraordinary. Moreover, Qi Menghong always wanted to kill Huang. Now, this emperor's son-in-law was actually related to Scarlet King's bloodline. Qi Menghong's younger sister was under the emperor clan's direct line of descent, so this person before him was naturally extremely terrifying. Huang, you should understand your current situation, right? You still aren't backing off. When the people in the pavilion saw Shirhao's blank look, not saying anything, they thought that he was scared, thus now provoking him. The things that happened here naturally caused a disturbance because in the distant mountain path, there were many creatures on the stone stairway who saw this scene. Are you forcing me to kill you all one by one? Shirhao finally spoke up. Inside the pavilion, the faces of the ones who spoke up just now became pale, subconsciously backing up, feeling a bit of regret, a haze appearing over their hearts, extremely scared. Huang, you've crossed the line. This is my food. What right do you have to interfere? That emperor's son-in-law laughed coldly. I am a human, yet you all are this savage. Since I saw it, I naturally have to get involved. Shirhao said. You feel like just because of you are a human too that you have to interfere? However, humans are my food to begin with, should be eaten. Is this something you can afford to meddle in? The emperor's son-in-law said. You treat humans as food, but I see you as prey. What do I care what kind of place this is, what the situation is like? You already see me here, yet you don't have a trace of repentance. In that case, just die. Shirhao said domineeringly. Everyone was shocked. Huang was about to take action. Chang, the emperor's son-in-law moved, a golden long blade appearing in his hands. He brandished it about, the aura devouring the world, truly extremely powerful, bringing with it divine chains of order, hacking towards Shirhao. He believed that even if he wasn't a match, he could still hold on until reinforcements came. There were too many experts on the mountain, which was why he wanted to find a way to hold on. However, the result was outside his expectations, as well as beyond everyone's predictions. Huang directly stopped his divine blade with 2 fingers. With a ka-bie noise, a light shake, the golden long blade shattered. What kind of strength was this? Huang. However, the emperor's son-in-law was indeed quite strong, releasing heaven overflowing light. Many secret techniques were released, blasting towards Shirhao. Pooh! It was still that simple. It was as if Shirhao had an imperishable golden body, completely unstoppable, charging right through the ancestral technique's barrier of light, arriving in front of the emperor's son-in-law, breaking one of his arms. This was quite astonishing. Huang was this powerful. Even though they already made some mental preparations, this was still shocking. Ah, he screamed, face becoming pale. He didn't expect to be seriously injured as well. Of course, the most shocking thing was that Huang's strength far exceeded his imagination. Pooh! Sure Hao took action, this time, after a fist smashed out. Even though the emperor's son-in-law continuously resisted, after 8 moves, his body still exploded to pieces, only a head remaining. This is bad. Things have now become big. The gray-clothed individual transmitted sound to Sure Hao. Scarlet King bloodlines people weren't good to provoke. Sure Hao didn't pay him any attention. Walking over just like that, trampling the King clan young master's head from before to pieces. Blood splashed out. The restricted primordial spirit also turned into scattered ashes. Pooh! Another light noise sounded. Another creature who only had a head left had his head crushed to pieces, losing his life. Don't act randomly. Qi Menghong's sister is going to become my Dao companion, you? That so-called emperor's son-in-law was now truly frightened, shouting out like this. Turns out you aren't an emperor's son-in-law yet. Even if you were, what are you still hoping for now that things reached this step? I'll send you on your way just the same. Pooh! Sure Hao crushed his head to pieces with a single stamp. This so-called emperor's son-in-law's life ended just like that. Everyone in the surroundings had blank looks on their faces, simply not daring to believe what happened, not even reacting properly yet. Huang decisively took these people's lives just like that. This was too brash and domineering. Hong. Only a moment later did everyone erupt into discussion, really shaken. Huang was so daring, actually able to do even this type of thing. Even now, everyone was still in a bit of disbelief. That person was about to become the Dao companion of a princess from Scarlet King's bloodline. Yet he was slaughtered just like that. Huang, you've provoked a huge disaster. The gray-clothed individual was shaken. He couldn't help but shout out, warning Sure Hao. Huang killed the son-in-law of Scarlet King's bloodline. Heavens! An emperor's son-in-law was killed just like that, powerfully slaughtered by Huang. In that instant, everyone snapped out of their daze, couldn't help but cry out. Sure Hao ascended the mountain, climbing it step by step. The old woman and little girl always followed him. Their expressions complicated, but also extremely happy. Below the mountain, news spread like a storm, sweeping over, the disorder quite great. Meanwhile, at this time, Sure Hao already approached the mountaintop. He stood below, looking at the hazy radiance released by the immortal medicine. From the distance, this immortal tree was rooted at the mountain summit, entirely sparkling, releasing an extremely gentle and divine radiance. Huang, you touched an emperor clan's person? On the mountaintop, someone roared out. So what if I did? Sure Hao replied, continuing up, becoming more powerful and resolute. The emperor clan won't let you go, that person shouted. Then I'll just fight, Sure Hao replied. Dao Comprehension Mountain, this place seemed like it was cast out of metal. The mountain itself was extremely hard, exceptionally rigid. This was especially true for the mountaintop, which even more so flowed with metallic luster. An immortal medicine was planted precisely in this place. Sure Hao ascended the mountain, walking over step by step. The people around him all backed up, not daring to walk together with him. It was because they all knew that a storm was brewing. Killing an emperor's son-in-law, provoking an emperor clan, this type of thing definitely couldn't be mediated. The stone staircase was used year-round, already worn to the point where it sunk in, no longer smooth. The old woman followed behind him. Apart from her granddaughter, there were a few other children, all of them shivering in fear, also following along. It was precisely the children those individuals almost used as food. The old woman could be considered to be going for broke. When she saw that so-called emperor's son-in-law killed, she brought all of the children on that jade platter with her. All of the creatures backed off. Even when they saw the old woman and the children, it was still as if they were avoiding snakes and scorpions, not willing to get involved. The mountaintop was extremely vast, not limited in area like the other mountain peaks at all. It wouldn't be a problem even if 100,000 people cultivated at the same time. Sure Hao arrived. He stepped on the metallic surface, about to enter the highest point, officially reach Dao Comprehension Mountain's summit. Apart from this, there was faint immortal energy flowing about, pure white wisps swirling about, carrying a type of artistic scenery. Of course, what left everyone the most refreshed was that wave of fragrance. It wasn't that rich, but it penetrated deeply into the heart, making one feel clear-minded, wishing to comprehend the Tao. The reason for this result was all because of that immortal medicine at the mountain summit. However, that place was extremely hazy, because there was a group of powerful creatures seated here, protecting it. Moreover, they all held secret treasures, forming light screens, covering this place. Huang, you really are insolent. As soon as Sure Hao arrived at the mountaintop, he heard a loud shout, the void like thunder, making many people's ears ring with noise, unable to stand still, almost fall off the mountain. On the mountaintop, there were many creatures, all of them powerful individuals, not a single weak person. Meanwhile, the people on the mountain all stood at the outermost region, not approaching the true mountaintop. It was because if one wanted to enter, they had to compete with each other. A contest was unavoidable. It could be said that the highest point of the mountain was exclusive to the various clans' powerful individuals. The creature who berated Sure Hao stood right before him, blocking the path to the highest point. Meanwhile, most people could only stop when they reached this place too, hard for them to seize a spot on the mountaintop. This was a blue-robed male, looking to be around 30-something years of age. His hands were behind his back, standing at the center of the stone staircase, looking down on Sure Hao from above. This person was extremely strong, strand after strand of chaotic energy actually rising from his body. Judging from his appearance, his physical strength was definitely extremely great, because the surrounding space even became indistinct from the pressure. His figure was tall and slender, not extremely muscular, but he gave off a great pressure, as if it was an extremely terrifying vicious beast standing there. Get lost! When faced with this powerful individual, these were the only words Sure Hao had for him, simple and direct. He didn't say any more, not wishing to even argue. It was because he really had nothing to fear. Forget about offending the emperor clans, killing an emperor's son-in-law. Even if he really did kill Qi Menghong, he wouldn't worry too much. Ever since he was sent out from Imperial Pass, Sure Hao no longer had any hope of returning alive, long prepared for the worst. Even if he had freedom right now, he still remained clear-headed, knowing that this was nothing more than due to the Undying Kings not returning yet. Once they left Burial Region, at that time they would most likely deal with him. In Sure Hao's opinion, at worst, he would just die. That was why right now he didn't care that much, not feeling any fear towards these clans, moreover taking the initiative to provoke them, viewing death as a return home. This place became extremely quiet. Huang's get lost startled all of the nearby people. This was too domineering. A powerful self-release realm individual spoke, yet he was treated like this. Audacious! You dare shout at my family's lord like this? Act with such disrespect. Someone shouted from behind the blue-robed male. Actually a human. This human was clearly a servant, the blue-robed male's slave. Sure Hao looked over coldly, his gaze ice-cold, making this rather young-looking human break out into a cold shiver. Huang, you really are brazen to the extreme, daring to act in such a brash manner even after coming to my Dao Comprehension Mountain. Don't think that no one dares act against you just because the undying beings passed down a decree, the blue-robed male said coldly. He was extremely strong, or else he wouldn't dare be the first to stand out and block him here. One of the King clan's last generation top 10? Some people cried out in shock. The blue-robed male seemed familiar. They then suddenly realized who he was, recognizing his identity. This male looked like he was 30-something, but he definitely wasn't a past King clan elite, his name previously shocking the world. I never treated that undying decree like a big deal, Sure Hao calmly replied. When these words sounded, the faces of everyone changed, revealing anger. The undying beings were high up above, overlooking endless time, the aura of any one of them swallowing up mountains and seas. Their decrees possessed tremendous power. Wherever they passed, all clans would respect it. However, now, this was just a youngster, yet he actually treated the decree of undying beings with such contempt. What Xianxia said was the truth. He didn't feel like he really had freedom. Sooner or later, he would fall into the undying king's hands, likely not having a good end then. That was why he really didn't care. In the bit of time left, he wasn't scared of offending any clan. Huang, you are indeed strong, but killing the emperor's son-in-law without any cause or reason, cutting down my side's young experts is a great crime. There is no good ending for you, the blue-robed male said coldly. Is it killing without reason? If you think so, then so be it. Xianxia still remained calm, unperturbed. Do you wish to dispute this? The blue-robed male asked coldly. What is there to dispute? My human race were being killed, so I acted. What else is there to say? Xianxia was extremely straightforward, his voice turning cold, giving off an extremely dangerous feeling. For those children, you offended an emperor clan. It really is an unwise choice. You are courting death, the blue-robed male said coldly. Then he said, before acting, did you not think to yourself that it might be better to get along with the emperor's son-in-law if you want to integrate into our world? By treating humans as food, this inevitably makes us eternal enemies. That so-called emperor's son-in-law's clan ought to be wiped out. Xianxia's voice was extremely loud, and also extremely intimidating. The creatures here were all shocked. This Huang really was quite daring. After killing an emperor clan's son-in-law, he still didn't show any sign of repentance, still so powerful. The human servant behind the blue-robed male spoke up again. Clearly the blue-robed male's trusted aide, or else he wouldn't take the initiative to berate Xianxia. Brazen. Huang, do you even understand the wrongs you committed? Even if the emperor clan's son-in-law showed you enmity, he still didn't take action. You were the first to take his life. Moreover, isn't it just some children eaten? Why are you making such a huge fuss over it? You should just bind your own hands and wait for the emperor clan's punishment. Xianxia's eyes became extremely cold for the first time, staring at the servant behind the blue-clothed male. He was a human, yet he actually spoke these words. Humans are born from humans. Demons are born from demons. Are you born from a fucking transvestite? Not thinking from the perspective of a human. Xianxia berated. He really was a bit annoyed. If it was the other side's creature saying this to Xianxia, partial to the emperor clan's son-in-law, then Xianxia wouldn't say much. However, this servant was clearly human, yet he didn't look at things from a human perspective, always thinking from the foreign creature's perspective. This really was hateful. Xianxia wouldn't bother arguing at all if it was a foreign creature who felt like eating humans was normal. There was no need, but this was a human too. He found it really hard to understand just what was going on in this person's head. What is what I said wrong? That servant shouted out. He was extremely young, hiding behind the blue-robed male, confident that he has backing. His appearance could be considered handsome, but in Xianxia's eyes, it looked extremely malevolent. Those who see my human race as food are destined to be my mortal enemies, impossible for us to reconcile. There will only be killing between us. Meanwhile, someone like you, there is no need for you to remain alive. You don't treat yourself as a person, only making considerations for this side. Die. Xianxia shouted, moreover directly taking action. You dare? I want to see how you will act viciously. The blue-robed male shouted. He took action, stopping Xianxia. His entire body surged with blue light. In addition, his entire body was surrounded by chaotic energy. His body incredibly sturdy, power terrifying. Everyone was shaken. This king clan elite from the last great generation hadn't come out for hundreds of years. His cultivation definitely made astonishing progress. They all knew how strong Huang was, but they were also full of confidence in this blue-robed male. It was because not long ago, Xianxia had fought with the younger generation, fighting an intense battle with Martial Heavenly King and the other 10 great King clan experts, needing to use a bit of effort. Meanwhile, this blue-robed male had several hundred more years of cultivation, so he should be able to subdue Huang. This was especially the case when they saw the chaotic energy around his body. granting them even more confidence. His cultivation was clearly extremely profound. Sure enough, the two took action, both of them using great divine abilities. Extremely intense as soon as they clashed, the noises like thunder, deafening. Light rays rushed into the heavens, filling the skies. Worthy of being one of the past 10 great experts even able to stop Huang. He is definitely going to be suppressed, someone said. Even though he was praising the blue-robed male, if one thought carefully about it, it also clearly showed how strong Huang was. Stopping Huang, but not able to capture him, it already made so many foreign creatures so excited. Pooh! However, after 50-something moves, blood radiance rushed into the heavens. Sure how scattered the chaotic energy, rushing forward, tearing this person in half, killing him on the spot. What? One of the past 10 great experts, now long becoming a late-stage heroic elite in the self-release realm, was killed this easily? The crowd was stunned, all of them horrified. At the same time, Sure Hao took a step forward, instantly filling the world with his projection. His foot was like a small mountain, directly crushing that human slave into a bloody paste with a pu noise. Then, he continued to ascend the mountain, about to arrive at the highest point of Dao Comprehension Mountain. This was but one of the past top 10 King Clan young experts. After several hundred years had passed, his cultivation advanced greatly, at the late stage of self-release realm, supreme being path already in sight. However, he was still killed, leaving everyone here shocked. One had to understand that the blue-robed male really was extremely valiant, who knew how many times stronger than Martial Heavenly King and the others. However, this terrifying elite was still killed so quickly. The faces of the cultivators here all changed, because the blue-robed male died too fast, even faster than when Sure Hao killed Martial Heavenly King and others in Imperial Pass. This only proved how terrifying Huang's cultivation advancement was. His strength increased by a large margin in the shortest amount of time, too difficult for even one of the 10 great kings of the past to face him. This was a world-shaking individual. These words appeared in many people's minds. No matter how much they hated Huang, they had to admit that this young expert was too extraordinary, with unstoppable talent. If he was given time to grow up, he might become unmatched under heaven. Sure Hao's projection became smaller, recovering his normal height. After trampling that human slave to death, he already arrived at the mountaintop. He looked forward. This really is an ancestor. In the rear, the gray-clothed man said to himself, his head covered in sweat. He felt like Huang really was too good at provoking trouble. Just how much time had passed? After coming to Dao Comprehension Mountain, Scarlet King Bloodline's son-in-law exploded underneath his feet, and now one of the past 10 great young experts was torn apart. It was just too savage. This was, without a doubt, going to stir up great waves. He hurriedly transmitted sound out, releasing a report, best if the undying existences knew. Otherwise, he really was scared that Huang would provoke even more trouble. The gray-clothed individual knew himself well, knowing that he wasn't Huang's opponent, that he couldn't stop him. Was this smashing a pot because it is already cracked anyway? He began to suspect. Could it be that Huang felt like he didn't have much hope of left anyway, so he purposely came to unleash a slaughter? Interesting. Just a captive from Imperial Pass, yet still dares to stir up trouble here, not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth. Someone on the mountaintop said coldly. Sure Hao frowned. He sensed that this individual was extremely strong, should be a half-supreme being. However, his mind was burning with passion, not feeling any fear, really wishing to give it a go, see if he could contend against him. This time, after undergoing a transformation in Gu Clan's Yin Yang furnace, he obtained tremendous benefits, entire body full of power. He wanted to find someone strong to test it out against. At the top of the mountain, the green grass was like cushioning, all of the grass not over 3 inches long, every stalk like green jewels, sparkling and brilliant, extremely soft. Rich heaven and earth essence energy spread outwards. It was because in order to reach the highest point of Dao Comprehension Mountain, one had to fight for it. Only the strong could reach this place, obtaining a spot to sit in. The one who spoke didn't show himself, nor did he come over to attack Xianxia. After speaking coldly, he became silent again. The mountain summit was extremely vast and spacious, the meadow releasing gentle light. The various great king clans were scattered throughout, sitting on the ground. There was enough of a cushioning between them so that there was no conflict. Xianxia no longer looked towards these people, nor did he seek out the one who spoke out against him just now, instead directly looking towards the centermost area of this mountaintop. Waves of sweet scent drifted over from that place. The brilliance also released in this place. There were people protecting that place, all of them powerful cultivators with secret treasures in hand, guarding against unexpected situations. When Xianxia opened his heavenly eyes, seeing through the screen of light, he saw that immortal medicine. An ancient tree was rooted there, its trunk thick, old bark cracking like dragon scales, unfolding outwards. This tree was extremely ancient, unknown just how many years it had lived for. Of course, the most amazing part wasn't its branches and trunk, but rather its leaves. Every single leaf was extremely brilliant, releasing brilliance, falling like stellar rivers, winding about the branches. These were precisely the Tao Comprehension Tea's precious leaves, the value immeasurable. When it was used to make tea, slowly sipped, one would enter a state of comprehension, able to experience the wonders of heaven and earth Tao. Whenever the leaves matured, it would always be a grand occasion. Xianxia was stunned, producing a strange expression. The leaves of this tea tree were extremely strange, no two leaves the same. Their shapes were strange, colors brilliant, not identical. The sweet scent was released from the tree leaves, just the smell alone making one's body feel light. Primordial spirit relaxed, as if they could directly comprehend the Tao. A light breeze blew past. The tree was brilliant, releasing walla noises. All of the leaves were shaking, indicating that the tea tree's leaves had matured, that they could already be picked. At this time, the others' eyes weren't looking at the immortal medicine, but rather all at Huang. When they saw that he was this calm, acting as if no one else was here, just looking at the Tao Comprehension tea tree, a few experts released cold snorts. This was especially the case when streaks of lightning were released, incredibly penetrating, cutting across the void like lightning, making even space distort, shooting towards Xianxia. These were people's gazes, extremely fierce. When normal cultivators stood before it, they would most likely be directly torn apart. Hong, those eyes aimed over, actually piercing space, could be considered attacking Xianxia. Everyone was alarmed. Just a look could tear apart the void. These were definitely experts among experts, extraordinary figures. However, when it approached Xianxia's body, those gazes couldn't do anything. He stood there calmly, body incomparable, not injured. His body shone, bright and sparkling, locking this place down, not letting any other power approach his body. Xianxia's eyes were bright, looking towards the creatures seated on the meadow. His face was cold and indifferent. Those who released vicious looks weren't simple after all. Likely the same as that blue-robed cultivator. All of them heaven-warping figures from many years ago. However, he didn't feel any fear. As expected, this was a distinguished meeting. He saw many king clans, all of them surging with blood energy, clearly formidable individuals. The most important thing was that these people all looked quite young. Regardless of whether they were under 100 or several hundred years old, they were all still part of the younger generation, having powerful potential. It was hard to say how far they would reach in the future. What left Xianxia the most amazed was that there were some who were even stronger than the blue-robed cultivator he killed. Moreover, even younger. Soon afterwards, he understood. It was because the clans all had young elites, but most of them always remained in seclusion. Only today did they leave their families' ancient lands. Apart from this, there were some that kept a low profile, never seeking any reputation. There were some extremely young creatures. Their origins should be extremely great. It was because their fighting strength was extremely shocking. Xianxia reckoned that they should be close to Hiziming. One had to understand that the latter was the number one expert of the king clans, not weaker than emperor clans. In short, there weren't many old and gray-haired elders, most of them young cultivators. Soon afterwards, Xianxia saw Yu, Qing Kuan, Wu Kuan, and other emperor clans. They also came. Of course, the most unexpected was that Qi Menghong was also here, seated on the grass, not moving at all. There were some battle servants behind him, their auras terrifying. This left Shi Hao shocked. Qi Menghong was here, yet he didn't make a sound all this time, nor did he express his position. This was quite unexpected. One had to understand that he killed their so-called son-in-law. This could be considered Qi Menghong's brother-in-law. Shi Hao always thought that Qi Menghong didn't come yet, or maybe he had something else to do today. He didn't expect him to be sitting right at the top of the mountain. Why didn't he save his own brother-in-law actually remaining here? I've always wanted to kill you, but I've always been stopped, held back by those Emperor Clan supreme beings. Now, it seems like I might have ample reason to end you today. Qi Menghong spoke, his voice extremely cold. This person didn't hide his hostility towards Huang. Ever since Shi Hao met him, he could already sense that the other side really wanted to kill him. Now that they met, was Qi Menghong really going to fight against him? You really can keep your composure. Just watching your brother-in-law throw his life away without even lifting a finger really are ruthless enough, Shi Hao said with a sneer. Not even able to take more than a dozen or so moves from you, even someone like him wants to vainly marry into my Scarlet King bloodline? Not qualified at all, Qi Menghong said coldly. Everyone was looking in this direction, feeling that an emperor clan was going to face off against Huang. In a few experts' eyes, Qi Menghong will take action, but not necessarily go against the undying decree and slaughter Huang. However, there will definitely be the most ferocious battle. Scarlet King bloodline was always the most ruthless, merciless when they took action, full of viciousness. This might be a killing intent stored within their very bones. Back then, Scarlet King slaughtered too many experts, even more so refined an immortal king into a bloody paste, known to be the most vicious undying king. His descendants possessed a similar style. Emperor clan, what a pity. You were called Qi Menghong? Try not to lose your life later, Shi Hao said. Since the other party was so full of hostility, then there was no need for him to hold back either. Shi Hao's words sounded rather easygoing, not all that serious, immediately making some creatures reveal strange expressions. This really was opposing him with equal harshness, not giving an inch. The two of them had previously been refined in the same yin-yang furnace, but there was no good karma established. Qi Menghong still carried hostility, really wanting to kill Huang. Meanwhile now they met again on Dao Comprehension Mountain. He had long prepared to fight a great battle. Scarlet King's descendants were always cold-hearted, iron-blooded, and ruthless. Other clans always fearful of them. On the mountaintop, the earth was hard, revealing a metallic color. However, there was still a mattress of green grass covering it, releasing sparkling green radiance. Right at this time, strong winds suddenly surged between the two, tearing apart space. Then, great thunder sounded, erupting there. Before they even traded blows, the formless fields between the two of them already displayed such shocking destructive power, making the other cultivators shudder inwardly. From start until now, Qi Menghong didn't get up, always sitting on the green grass, extremely self-confident. Even when facing Huang, he still didn't stand up. He had a pair of scarlet eyes, red like gemstones, also like blood suns, extremely intimidating. His long hair scattered about, extremely young and heroic in appearance, giving off a type of supreme confidence, calm and confident. When he calmly sat there, he was an insurmountable, archaic, demonic mountain. Qi Menghong was definitely powerful, able to look down on all creatures of the same generation. Shi Hao walked forward, his footsteps extremely light, as if he was just going for a stroll, advancing step by step. However, the mountain itself seemed to tremble with his steps, the entire world starting to resonate. This was a type of formless great power. With this type of power, it was the same as moving the great Tao commanding the world. Hong. Precisely between the two, there were terrifying fluctuations rippling outwards. This time, all types of irregular scenes appeared in the void, dragons crying and lions roaring, lightning flashing and thunder rumbling. With a kacha noise, The cracks in the void became even more concentrated. Moreover, the black cracks became larger, as if the heavenly dome was shattered, about to reveal another world. Stop. If you all wish to carry out a great confrontation, please leave the mountaintop central region. There was someone who shouted, an expert in charge of protecting the Tao comprehension tea tree. There were many experts seated beneath the tree, all of them older generation figures who remained here year-round. It was because this tree was too important, worth watching over by the various clans to avoid someone stealing it. There were always powerful cultivators overseeing this place. Qi Menghong was always arrogant, proud and unfeeling. But now, he didn't retort, instead calmly sitting there, not taking action again. It was because the distance from this place to Tao comprehension tree was too close. If people at their level fought, the blast waves would reach the ancient tree, worrisome even if there were formations protecting this place. Qi Menghong didn't move again. When he looked at Shi Hao, his eyes were extremely cold, a cold smile resting at the corners of his lips, killing intent not decreasing. However, he didn't say anything else. Huang, just enjoy your final bit of time, or else you won't have any more opportunities. The servant at Qi Menghong's side spoke. He had an extremely young face, a light smile on his face, carrying a sunlight-like gentle temperament. It was just a slave, yet he was this easygoing when speaking to Shi Hao, thinking his own status as high, as if on equal footing with Shi Hao, pointing and talking about him. Shi Hao frowned. How could he not develop a feeling of disgust? The most important thing was that this battle servant was a human, yet he was perfectly happy to be in this role, enjoying his position and status. Servitude nature. These two words directly appeared in Shi Hao's mind as he stared there. However, he didn't say any more. If he bickered with a servant, then that would only lower his own status. Hehe, Huang, you are quite strong, but do not make any mistake. I advise you to beg for forgiveness earlier. If my family's young lord is satisfied, your fate might be changed. The one with the young face spoke up again. There were 3 battle servants behind Qi Menghong, their ages comparatively greater. They weren't humans, right now they released battle auras extremely powerful in appearance. These 3's eyes revealed divine radiance. Their expressions not good, really wishing to fight in Qi Menghong's place. If they suppressed Huang, then the meaning would be completely different. Shi Hao's eyes were cold. For Qi Menghong's servants to dare act like this proved just how arrogant they were normally, even daring to throw their weight around in this type of situation. Hang! Shi Hao released a cold snort. It was as if a streak of lightning hacked down on that human servant's body, making his sea of consciousness tremble greatly, simply about to explode. Qi Menghong stared at Shi Hao, eyes like cold lightning. An expanse of light surged behind him, helping that servant neutralize this danger, or else there would be a huge problem. When others saw this scene, they all sucked in a cold breath of air. Huang was this powerful, just a snort enough to take down many enemies. There's not much time left. Prepare to pick the Tao comprehension leaves. Someone spoke. The mountaintop immediately became noisy, everyone revealing expressions of joy, eyes brilliant. They were all extremely happy, because they came to Tao Comprehension Mountain precisely for this tea. Now it matured could be picked. Shi Hao and Qi Menghong's confrontation was interrupted, not continuing. Instead, they all looked towards the Tao Comprehension tea tree. The people below the tree all stood up, putting away all types of secret treasures they held. The screen of light disappeared, revealing the immortal tree's full appearance. The old tree was large and thick, as if a horned dragon was laying dormant here. It had many branches, upright and strong, but the leaves on them weren't that many, sparse. This wasn't this year's low yield, but rather that the Tao Comprehension tea tree was always like this. There were many branches, but not every branch had a leaf. That was why when it was examined as a whole it seemed a bit bare. However, the tree was definitely not lacking in vitality, because it released rich life energy. This was an immortal tree, known as one of the world's most astonishing medicinal herbs, immortal energy naturally swirling about it. 1, 2. Some people counted and then they all cheered, crying out. It was because when they were carefully counted, There were 3,000 leaves on the branches, not more, not less, perfectly matching the amount of certain natural laws. 3,000 great Tao, 3,000 leaves. Haha. This really is too great. A year of great harvest. Everyone became incomparably happy. It was because it was unknown just how many years would pass before the Tao comprehension tea tree could be picked once again. Often hundreds to over 1,000 years before it could mature. Whenever the leaves matured, when it was few, they would number 100 or so. Only in special situations would there be 3,000. Sigh, now that there are 3,000 this time. For there to be a great harvest next time, it will likely be another few thousand years. There were others who sighed, feeling like there was another endless wait ahead. After the old tree's leaves were picked, it would germinate once more sooner or later, and then slowly grow. The amount of time this would take was too great. Sacrificial offering. Before the harvest, there was actually a special ceremony carried out, and only afterwards did those elders begin to pick them. They picked those leaves extremely carefully. Zhang. Cold light flickered, a leaf actually releasing sword radiance when it was touched, moreover releasing waves of sword cries. The leaf was long and fine, looking like a divine sword, rising and falling in the air. Dang! A long drawn-out bell sound rang out. Another leaf shone, releasing an earthen yellow radiance, as if a great bell was ringing. Moreover, its appearance was extremely special, not flat, but rather also like a bell, extremely strange. With a hoo noise, fiery light surged. This was a scarlet-red leaf, its appearance not much different from a precious furnace, currently releasing fiery light. Others couldn't help but be shocked, especially Sure Hao. This was the first time he saw the Tao comprehension tea tree, leaving him completely astonished. The other youngsters were also greatly amazed, because even though they had heard about it before, this was the first time they came here. It was because at their age, the last time the tea leaves were picked, they still hadn't been born yet. Oh! A tiger roar sounded, the voice fierce and powerful, released by a white leaf. It was shaped like a white tiger, vivid and lifelike. Right now, it actually released roaring sounds. Then, there was a 5-colored leaf that released 5-colored divine light, releasing phoenix cries. It bathed in rebirth holy splendor, accompanied by divine flames, dazzling and brilliant. It was a leaf that looked like a phoenix. Upon closer inspection, the 3,000 leaves were completely different, every single one standing apart from the others. Regardless of whether they were in the shape of creatures or various great Tao weapons, they were all extremely lifelike, moreover giving off a type of pressure. This was precisely the Tao comprehension tea tree. It was just this mysterious and miraculous, which was why it was known as a rare treasure throughout eternity. This was a rare precious tree cultivators yearned for even in their dreams. The elders who picked the tea leaves were extremely careful, fearing that the leaves might be damaged. In the end, they separately stored these leaves in 3,000 small jade containers, sealing them. Now is the time of harvest. The tea ceremony will begin, an elder declared, one of the protectors of the ancient tea tree. The tea leaves were picked clean, the upright and strong ancient tree completely bare, not a single leaf left behind. However, it still carried exuberant life essence energy, not appearing dispirited. Under the tree was an altar that was extremely short, but it was holy and divine. It was made of earth, currently releasing mysterious splendor. The 3,000 jade containers were all placed on the altar, densely packed and numerous specks of radiance flickering about. The earthen altar shone, extremely gentle and soft. The 3,000 jade containers were surrounded in a curtain of light, appearing increasingly auspicious and tranquil. Through your own strength, even more so through fate, come and choose the tea. Only one tea leaf can be seized each time. After the tea is created and finished, Tao comprehension successful, you may continue picking another tea leaf. The elders spoke up one after another, informing everyone about the rules of this place. Every single leaf contains a type of unmatched great Tao. It will depend on your own fate with that Tao. Perhaps you are more intimate to a certain leaf. This will signify that you should walk that path. Another elder reminded. Hong. Immediately afterwards, many people took action. They stood in the distance, using powerful magical force to seize the jade containers from the altar. However, most of them were covered in sweat, unable to move that altar at all. Even though they tried again and again, it was to no avail, unable to obtain any of the leaves. Wang! Finally, a jade container moved, rushing out from the earthen altar, flying towards the crowd. There were so many experts, yet only a few dozen jade containers were seized by magical force, flying out one after another, pitifully few. One of them flew towards Xianxia. He succeeded. At the same time, he was extremely excited, wishing to see what shape the leaf that had affinity with him was like, if it could point out a path for him. The jade container flew over, drawing out a long tail light, as if a star flew down from outer space, rushing towards Xianxia. In reality, this was the case for all of the great experts, several dozen jade containers flying over, immediately filling this place with brilliant colors, extremely dazzling like a meteor shower. This was extremely holy and brilliant, a rare substance used for comprehending the Tao, extremely astonishing, everyone looking forward to it. Ha ha! It's coming! A few people laughed loudly, extremely excited. It was because the Tao comprehension leaves really were extremely precious. If one had the luck, a single leaf could allow them to comprehend the Tao, increase their level. How could this not make their eyes red with expectation? Xianxia also laughed, his eyes narrowing slightly, profound and unfathomable pupils shining. He reached out an arm, seizing the jade container that was drawn over. And, suddenly, he frowned. His jade container actually wanted to struggle free, pulled by a strange power, about to escape from his grasp. He quickly added force, his palms and fingers shining, having that struggling jade container stabilize again, move towards his palm. Haha, it's mine! In the distance, a few people laughed happily. There were people who obtained the containers in succession. One could see that if these people weren't emperor clans, then they were top-level powerful king clans. There were no flukes, there were no weak individuals among the ones who obtained these precious leaves. Wang! The jade container in Xianxia's hands shook, actually struggling again, about to leave. He naturally knew that there were people interfering, trying to seize it through powerful secret treasures. If it was a normal person, then that was that. However, they dared try to seize even Huang's things. This left others shocked. Xianxia's eyes were like lightning, seizing the source. It actually came from Scarlet King Bloodline's direction. Qi Menghong already succeeded, obtaining his own jade container. Meanwhile, behind him, apart from the young human, those three old servants were operating magical force, secretly using some secret treasures to interfere with space, wishing to seize the jade containers of others. Xianxia released a cold snort. His arm shone, and then with a wang noise, an exploding noise sounded. A Kuan Peng appeared, golden light swirling, within it black stripes. It turned into yin and yang energy. With a hong noise, it directly seized a jade container. In addition, the yin-yang energy swept out, quickly spreading. There were some that entered the underground, some that scattered into the void, quickly spreading. Pong! In that instant, the ground behind Qi Menghong exploded, streak after streak of black mist rushing out. Then, the void exploded, releasing golden radiance. Yin and yang energies gathered, in the end clashing together, releasing great rumbling sounds. Pooh! The three old servants immediately coughed out blood, their bodies shaking. The secret treasures in their hands directly fell, all of them seriously injured. Huang, what is the meaning of this? You dare create a disturbance in the sea ceremony? Too unbridled, brazen without restraint. Behind Qi Menghong, that human servant jumped out, berating him. However, Xianxia didn't say anything. The yin and yang energies were still there. They directly smashed down with a piu noise. His right shoulder exploded, turning into a blast of bloody mist. If not for a wave of scarlet light rushing, stopping the yin-yang energies, he would have been directly ruined, entire body exploding, body and soul eliminated. At the crucial moment, Qi Menghong took action, helping this human servant escape disaster. Behind Qi Menghong, those three old servants' faces were ashen, blood at the corners of their lips. They all had extraordinary statuses. Even though they were servants, they still possessed profound Tao skills. They never expected to be injured just like that. As for that human servant, his face even more so became deathly pale. He never thought that as an Emperor clan servant, he would actually almost die. He followed at Qi Minghong's side, normally receiving the praise of all clans, enjoying even greater status than normal king clans. Yet today he was actually this helpless, treated like an ant by another, almost crushed to death. Huang! Qi Minghong narrowed his eyes, not saying too much. A fight between the two was inevitable. There was no way to dissolve the enmity. Properly manage your slaves, Sure Hao said coldly. If it was others, then that was that, but even a servant dared seize his Tao comprehension tea leaf. This really was quite daring. Of course, the deeper reason was because the other side had confidence in their backing, because Qi Minghong stood behind them, providing them support. Behind Qi Minghong, that human race servant was furious. With his status, his position today, not only did he not bring back glory, he instead brought back humiliation. You aren't willing to change your servitude nature, yet you want to vainly anger me? Sure Hao gave him a cold look. After a light scoff, the yin and yang, two energies swirling through the world, suddenly appeared again. Attacking. Pooh! This time, that human servant's body directly exploded. Extremely bloody, splashing in all directions. Body wiped out. Only a head was left, falling onto the ground. Appearing behind Qi Minghong, eyes widened, full of fear. He wanted to cry out, yet couldn't make any sound, only able to transmit his will through his soul. His soul howled in grief. At this moment it was completely quiet, the experts on the mountaintop all extremely shocked. Huang was domineering after all, worthy of being a valiant figure who stirred up endless storms. He really was like a powerful dragon, daring to offend the vicious Scarlet King bloodline's descendant. Shockingly daring. That servant's body exploded, blood splashing in all directions. If not for Qi Minghong's power being heaven overflowing, body protecting light constantly protecting him, the blood would have splashed onto his body. Good. I really am looking forward to taking your head. Even if there is an undying decree, I am still going to refine your essence blood, smash out your bone marrow, bring you back to use as paste flavoring. Qi Minghong's eyes were scarlet red, extremely terrifying. When he revealed a mouthful of snow-white teeth, licking his lips, it gave many people a horrifying feeling. You will definitely be well known, become the first of the Emperor clan younger generation to be killed. Sure Hao released an indifferent chuckle. His words weren't loud, but everyone felt a wave of ice-cold killing intent. The two of them opposed each other with equal harshness. There would definitely be a blood-flowing battle to the death. The tea leaves can be used for tea now. Under the Tao Comprehension tea tree, an elder said. On the mountaintop it was immediately hard to calm down. When they looked outwards, there were giant mountains one after another. They were quite far away, reaching into the clouds, covered in ice and snow year-round. At this moment, wind and snow filled the skies. These creatures were all gathering the ice and snow on the divine mountain, preparing to brew tea. Snowflakes immediately covered the heavens, divine ice flying over, drawing out sparkling brilliance in the air. This was divine ice, rumored to have mysterious power, the most suitable water source for brewing tea. It was rumored that back then, there was an undying king who comprehended the Tao there, covering the snowy mountain in great Tao energy, the snow naturally becoming extraordinary as a result. The ice and snow were acquired, landing in their respective vessels. There were people who began to activate Tao flames, slowly brewing tea. Soon afterwards, strand after strand of fragrance wafted over, seeping into one's soul, making many people shiver inwardly. Even those who didn't have the qualifications to drink the tea felt their bodies become light and relaxed. Sure Hao looked at the tea water in the jade cup, revealing an expression of surprise. Ever since the tea leaf entered his hands, he was a bit shocked. This leaf's shape wasn't that outstanding, just a normal tea leaf shape, not a cauldron or dragon. Only now, When the tea had been prepared, did it release wisps of immortal mist, spreading throughout the teacup. On the tea leaf, a strand of mist was floating out, extremely primitive, extremely hazy. It seemed to contain a type of extremely special power. Shurehao's eyes narrowed. He sipped the tea. As the fragrance filled his mouth, he experienced a type of special peace. Even though he was in this world, unable to see the way back, he still calmed down. He was astonished. This Tao comprehension tea was extraordinary after all, making his mind immediately become clear-headed and at peace, entering some type of Tao comprehension state. In that instant, the world became hazy, auspicious energy surging in all directions. He forgot about everything else, remaining in a state of Tao comprehension, experiencing the sound of the great Tao moving, about to open his flesh treasury. Origin energy. Shuhao was inwardly shaken. He sensed the origin energy in his body move, surging, as if it possessed a sea of power. That streak of origin energy's origins were strange, appearing when the 3 streaks of immortal energy appeared on him. Only it never appeared. Only one day was it suddenly unearthed by him. This Tao comprehension leaf was unusual after all. Could it be that the corresponding strand of energy on the leaf was related to origin energy? Shuhao narrowed his eyes slightly, feeling increasingly relaxed, mind at peace. He sensed specks of clear light appear within his body, some gates about to open, matching the origin energy. In that instant, he actually felt a sign of breaking through. His body shone. As he sat there, a crack in the treasury gates opened, making him seem as if he was bathed in a layer of divine radiance, extremely dazzling. This left many people jealous. They all knew that Huang's benefits were not small. Was he going to enter the late stage of self-severing realm? Shuhao was also hopeful. This type of cultivation speed really was extremely terrifying. A layer of flowing light appeared outside Shuhao's body. It was extremely dazzling, like an ancient monk bloodline divine halo, illuminating all life, surrounding him within. In that place, he became the only one in this entire world. Streak after streak of Tao patterns swirled about, pervading the air, spreading like an everlasting imperishable will. What was everlasting and imperishable? Even undying beings had the day when they will fall in battle, who can remain eternal through the reincarnations of great eras, make it through the darkness, overlook the rise and fall of endless time. At this moment, everyone felt like Huang was in a place that transcended the world, not disturbed by this great world, standing out alone from this world, rising above. In a daze, everyone felt the illusion that this was someone who had remained imperishable through time, able to remain outside the reincarnations of great eras, overlook the mortal realm, someone who had experienced hundreds of ages without fading away, transcending the people from past to now. It really is strange. Soon afterwards, there were experts who snapped out of this feeling. This was just a self-severing realm young cultivator, so how could he give others such a strange misconception? After trembling a bit, light surged from Shuhao's surroundings. It was extremely strange, some of the lights releasing a faint golden radiance, these being an astonishing battle aura, as if an undefeated war god stood within the radiance. Meanwhile, some of the lights were scarlet, blood-colored, many figures struggling within, as if they were in an abyss of worldly suffering. There were some that were purple-colored, imperishable imperial courts towering, standing tall throughout endless ages. Huang gave off an extremely strange feeling. All types of brilliance surged around him, the different colors giving people different feelings, the meaning they represented different, some representing fighting strength, some slaughter, some order and progress. Not simple, normally. Only supreme beings who have hope of taking that last step can condense this type of great world light. This is radiance that illuminates the heavens, able to penetrate the uncivilized and uncultured, extremely enlightening for one's future cultivation path. The elders who stood under the Tao comprehension tea tree were moved, one of them saying like this. Shuhao was unmoving like a mountain, mysterious radiance swirling through the surface of his body, making him look like divine glass, luminous and translucent, more gentle than the most fine precious jade. Tao laws swirled about, becoming more and more rich. He was becoming stronger. Inside his body, the strand of origin energy moved, gradually taking form, condensing together. It began to move through his body like a great dragon. Sure Hao knew that if he truly released his great Tao flowers, producing that small figure, the origin energy would bind up that little figure, appear through that type of form. However, he didn't act rashly, not wishing for the other side to see the two little figures seated above his head, wishing to avoid unnecessary trouble. At this time, the gates within his body, starting from the sea of reincarnation within his abdomen, continuously shone. There were new gates that appeared, moreover producing cracks, extending towards his chest, making that place resplendent as well. Self-severing realm late stage, it only lacked a final push. One had to understand that it hadn't been long since he had broken through. He had just entered the self-severing realm when he was in Heavenly Beast Forest, consolidated to the mid-stage. Now he was going to break through again. If one truly studied his growth trajectory, they would definitely be speechless. It was because it really was too fast, not matching normal reasoning. Apart from a few Emperor clan geniuses, normal individuals, when they reached this cultivation realm, needed an extremely long time, not rare for some geniuses to use tens of thousands of years. Now, his cultivation speed already exceeded normal reasoning, at the very forefront of this great era, surpassing past virtuous predecessors. If he continued to advance like this, breaking into the late stage of self-severing realm at 20-something years of age, then when compared to heaven-warping figures from this great era, they will all feel a bit slow. Even the expressions of the inheritors of emperor clans changed slightly, because they were a few years older than Sure Hao. When they saw that he was this bold and vigorous, they all felt a great pressure. Qi Minghong's eyes released two streaks of blood radiance, every strand of his long hair sparkling, brilliant like metal threads, fluttering about. His killing intent became even stronger. Sure Hao released a light sigh, withdrawing from that type of Tao comprehension state. The amount of time a single cup of tea was effective for was limited. He already separated from that Tao comprehension state. Only now did many people avert their eyes, and then begin to drink their own Tao comprehension tea. Of course, there were still quite a few whose eyes were closed this entire time, not watching Sure Hao, immersed in their own world. Sure Hao produced that leaf from the cup, placing it at the center of his palm, examining it himself. It already lost its spirituality, lacking luster. He looked towards the earthen altar. There were 2,000 jade containers, all of them piled up together, simply like a great treasury. If he could use them, then the benefits to his cultivation would be too great. Sure Hao thought to himself. These leaves were all different, all of them having their own unique forms. However, they gave him a feeling of déjà vu, a bit familiar. It is extremely similar to that other immortal medicine. When he was seizing the rotten wooden chest, he had seen a stalk of immortal medicine, even ended up in an underground vein in burial region by mistake because he was chasing after it, entering burial abyss. That stalk of medicine was originally a tree, but in the end had a chunk of its stump removed by a burial king, turned into a coffin. That immortal medicine then fled in fury. It is similar. Sure Hao felt more and more like the stalk of medicine was extremely similar to this Tao comprehension tea tree. Even though that tree only had the trunk and a tender branch left, the leaves they produced were all entirely different. He clearly remembered that the tender branch's sparkling leaves were of all different forms. For example, spears, pagodas, arrows, and others, all extremely strange. This was especially the case when he even obtained one, preserving it in a jade vessel, but he left it with his old friends back in Imperial Pass, not bringing it here. There are also differences. Sure Hao remembered that medicine's leaves were fragrant, the medicinal fragrance rich to the point where it didn't disperse, within it undying essence, extremely suited to refining long-life medicines. Meanwhile, the Tao comprehension tea tree's leaves were more suitable to brewing tea, used to comprehend the Tao, but the undying substance stored within was limited. It is rumored that regardless of what era it is, forget about undying beings, even undying kings, whenever the Daro comprehension tea tree leaves mature, they would all appear, come here to drink a few cups of tea. When the mountaintop quieted down, some of the elders protecting the Tao comprehension tea tree said, actually speaking these words. When a few people heard this, they woke up from their state of Tao comprehension, all of them revealing expressions of shock. They carefully inquired, asking why this was. Was the tea tree this heaven-defying? In this world, there are still some true immortal roots left, some innately born in this world, true ancestral roots of a realm, some produced after immortal kings or undying kings pass on. Their significance extraordinary. When he heard these words, Hao's expression became serious. He had previously heard that when true immortals died, some turned into immortal medicines, able to live on through a different way. Now, he finally received proof from the experts of this world. Not even true immortals were enough. Only immortal king-level existences had a chance of becoming immortal medicines after dying. This really was shocking. Tao comprehension tea tree back then, it was enough to rank in the top 3 ancestral roots, one of the most well-known immortal medicines. Even when undying kings drink the tea, they would gain some insights, the value immeasurable. An elder spoke this line, immediately leaving everyone stunned. What a pity! In the end, it suffered a disaster. This ancestral root was cut up by someone. Its roots divided into 2, placed in different places, the medicinal nature becoming weaker. When these secrets were revealed, everyone was stupefied. An unmatched immortal medicine was actually heartlessly divided into 2, made into 2 trees. Everyone immediately felt regret. If the Tao comprehension tea tree was undamaged, when they drank this cup of tea, just how powerful would their insights be? One had to understand that even undying kings would come to drink a few cups. Just how glorious of an occasion was this? Why was it divided into 2? This is just too regretful. The Emperor Clan expert Wu Kuan said with a sigh full of regret. What can this be counted as? The so-called second immortal root was rumored to be divided into 6, even more sinister and pitiful. The elder said, why? The crowd cried out in alarm. Which one was the second immortal root exactly? Was it an ancestral root innately produced by the world? Or was it a non-innate reincarnation? It's rumored that my side's undying kings are all on guard against that immortal root. There are rumors that that one has been divided into 6, burying 6 great parts of a creature, one day to be gathered together once more. This made everyone gasp. What kind of creature was that? When did this type of thing happen? Wu, it is something an already deceased undying king deduced from a stone stele in his later years. The elder replied, expression respectful and solemn, carrying great respect. Even if that undying king had long died for endless years, he still felt great reverence, not daring to be careless at all, speaking with an extremely respectful tone. Even though the death of an undying king was shocking, it wasn't like such a thing didn't happen. At the very least, they had died in battle in the last great era. As for the old king he spoke of, that really was something that happened who knew how many years ago. All right, now it will depend on your respective natural luck. Whoever's methods are stronger, that is who will obtain more. Under the Tao comprehending tea tree, an elder spoke, pointing at the earthen altar. There were more than 2,000 jade containers there, all of them holding rare Tao comprehension tea leaves. The battle over the immortal leaves officially began. Anyone could fight over them, and this time it was no longer limited to a single container. All clans can take action, as long as one was strong enough, even seizing 100 was fine. This meant 100 leaves, 100 opportunities to comprehend the Tao. Just the thought alone enough to make one go crazy. At the mountain top, the atmosphere immediately changed. The true crucial moment had arrived. The great decisive battle was about to start. It was because this was the most exciting part of each distinguished meeting. There were so many Tao comprehension tea leaves, even if only a small half were divided in the end, it would still be over 1,000 leaves. Who would give up a chance to comprehend the Tao? One leaf represented the heavenly opportunity of momentary enlightenment. Forget about the other clans. Even the Emperor clan's youth's eyes were red. In that instant, murderous energy pervaded the air. The various clans all completing their preparations. Even the clans that previously always remained quiet were now gathering power. They were going to take action together, needing to seize one share of natural luck no matter what. Dao Comprehension Mountain, this place was extremely majestic. The earth and rock on the mountaintop all carried faint metallic luster, extremely sturdy, because there were astonishing great formations established here, protecting this place from being destroyed during the intense battles. Now, streak after streak of patterns lit up, flowing through the gorges like molten metal, shockingly hot. The great formation was being activated. The green meadow was soft, but no one sat down anymore. Even the emperor clans like the wild and ruthless Scarlet King descendant Qi Menghong and the others already got up, their pupils like small suns, accumulating vital energy. The Dao Comprehension Tea Tree was completely bare, not a single leaf left on it, but it still possessed endless life force. One could see immortal mist spreading through the air, swirling between the upright and strong branches. Its branches were extremely large and thick, old bark folding outwards like the scales of an azure drake. Underneath the three, on the earthen altar, rows of jade containers shone, hazy brilliance released. They carried immortal Dao auras, moving one's mind. Shihao's legs went taut, body bending slightly, looking like a vicious human-form dragon who was about to attack, ready to shoot out like electricity at any time. He cared quite a bit about these Dao Comprehension tea leaves too. You all should wait at the bottom of the mountain. Shihao turned around, speaking to the people he saved. Okay. Big brother, you have to be careful. That little girl's eyes blinked, replying intelligently. Then, under the old woman's lead, the children hurriedly left the mountain, still quite nervous and fearful. Begin! Under the ancient tree, an elder spoke out. Chi! There were immediately people who rushed over to seize immortal tea leaves, cutting across the sky like lightning. They were too fast, only leaving behind some afterimages. These were Emperor Clan's people. They directly took action, releasing great magical force towards the altar. Shihao revealed a look of surprise. They were attacking that place? His speed was also extremely fast. Instead of wasting time, he should arrive earlier. Originally, he wanted to reach out his hand to grab them, but now he discovered that something didn't seem right, because the other clans were all attacking. Soon afterwards, he understood. This was the only way. A screen of light surged around the altar. That earthen ancient altar looked rather short, not all that grand and divine, but it had a type of mysterious power, blocking all of these powerful individuals. There was a protection barrier. The earthen altar was extremely ancient, producing many strange symbols, surrounding that place, preventing one from directly seizing the immortal tea leaves. Soon afterwards, Shihao understood that he should change his methods. In the past, even undying kings came here, treating the altar as a side table, sitting around it and enjoying immortal tea. Just how astonishing was that type of distinguished meeting? It really is fascinating. Will such an event ever reappear again? An elder yearned for this. From the ancient times to the present, time hurriedly passed, the long river of time flowing past. Many creatures and great events were gone forever, making those of later generations reminisce about those times. Why is it this tough? Shihao frowned. That barrier was sturdy beyond his expectations, shaking up his arm until it was a bit numb. As expected, it wasn't easy to break through. He took a deep breath. It seemed like without using some true methods, it would be difficult for him to obtain any returns. His right hand shone, slowly drawing out. A lightning pool immediately appeared, resting on his palm, the scene astonishing. A sea of lightning flooded this place. His palm wasn't large, but the feeling it gave off was as if it could capture the sun and moon, crush mountains and rivers, all things remaining within his palms and fingers. Hong! Shihao struck out. Between his fingers, that lightning pool was definitely terrifying, carrying a whirlpool, releasing endless streaks of lightning radiance, nothing it couldn't overcome. This was the utmost yang aura. Ka! Outside the earthen altar, a crack was produced by Shihao's strike, ripped open by him. In the surroundings, a group of people sucked in cold breaths of air. This Huang was too powerful, right? Only those who personally participated knew just how sturdy the barrier was. It was too hard to break through. Many king clans joined hands, long striking out more than 10 times, but they weren't able to damage the barrier in the slightest. Suddenly, several hands reached out, wishing to reach in through the crack Xianxia opened. They were formed from magical force, the embodiment of Tao laws. This was trying to get results by borrowing others' work, seize his opportunities. Xianxia's expression was cold. He released a cold look. There was an old servant under Qi Menghong among them, as well as other reckless individuals from other king clans. He knew that these people might not necessarily want to take advantage of his work, but rather just wanted to disturb him, provoke and ruin his mood. Xianxia's right hand gently pressed down into the void. That lightning pool trembled as a result, releasing an endless amount of sparkling water from within, suddenly erupting forth. That wasn't normal water, but rather a lightning sea. Now that it was released like this, it was incomparable, simply like a small heavenly tribulation. In the sky, those hands were all surrounded by lightning, as if they were bound by metal chains. Then, they exploded, blood radiance appearing, splashing outwards. That place exploded. Those large hands were all pierced by lightning, becoming bloody and badly mangled. White bones appearing, all seriously injured, palms broken. Even though this was produced by magical power, not their true bodies, it was similar, vivid, and lifelike. At the same time, even though they weren't true palms and fingers, those individuals still couldn't hold back groans, blood flowing out from their mouths, bodies trembling. It was because for the sake of increasing the power, they used their own magical force. Now that those hands were seriously injured, they suffered a backlash as well. Pong! Xianxia didn't waste any time. Before the crack closed, his right hand reached into the barrier, his fingers unfolding, grabbing towards the rows of jade containers. He was stunned. In the end, he could only seize a single one, unable to move the other ones. Soon afterwards, he understood. Each time, only one leaf could be obtained because the emperor clans did things like this, withdrawing after obtaining a leaf, then attacking at the barrier again. Xianxia frowned. When he withdrew, the crack closed as expected. Could the protection symbols this earthen altar formed be a type of trial? Within it, the considerations of undying beings? Hong! Immediately afterwards, Xianxia moved again, still making use of the lightning pool, striking against the barrier of light, the noise tremendous, piercing through, producing a crack that wasn't that small. He revealed an expression of surprise. The crack was still sufficiently large, still enough for him to pass through, but it was smaller than before, even though the magical force he used was a bit greater. Xianxia quickly fetched a jade container, and then tried again. This time, his experience was deeper. The lightning pool's power didn't decrease, but only a small crack appeared in the barrier. Could it be that the effects of the same precious technique would become more and more inferior? Xianxia revealed a strange expression. When he fetched the fifth jade container, the pressure increased. The altar seemed to have developed some type of resistance after becoming familiar with this type of divine ability. It displayed targeted defensive power, difficult for it to break through anymore. Then, he saw others change divine abilities, continue to attack the screen of light. As expected, the effects became greater again. When Xianxia understood this, he wasn't in a rush. It was because he still had other methods, it was just a matter of time, he could go at his own pace. He aimed his sight at other creatures, at their returns. A few people were joining hands, the results not bad. Earlier, a few king clans didn't even have the ability to obtain an immortal tea leaf, but now, they had some returns, obtaining a container. He set his aim at one of the king clans, as well as Qi Menghong's servant. They were part of the ones who took action earlier, interfering. Xianxia's entire body shone, symbols emerging on his body, covering him like a layer of armor, protecting him within. He began to charge violently, rush towards a certain king clan. "You, Huang!" That king clan's creature shouted out. In reality, they were always lacking in confidence. They disturbed Huang. This was but a bringer of disaster. They were always on guard against his retaliation. Now, he came as expected. They acted on orders from emperor clans, so they had no choice but to take action. Now, this demon king slaughtered his way over, making them immediately panic, quickly moving out of the way. They had just obtained a single immortal leaf container. There was no way they could hand it over. Only, Huang's speed was too fast. Kuan-Peng wings spread, able to tear through the heavens, instantly traveling through 10,000 li. How could they escape? Hong! When the two Kuan-Peng wings descended, a few experts from this clan roared, all of them seriously injured, covered in blood, flying out. This left the other clans alarmed. Just how vicious and tyrannical was his power. Those people were all at the late stage of self-release realm, true great experts, cultivated for thousands of years, but could still barely be considered part of the younger generation elites. However, this group of people all almost exploded to pieces under Huang's chaotic energy carrying divine wings, their blood splashing before the earthen altar. The jade container fell from their grasp, tumbling about in the air. There were people whose eyes became red, but no one dared reach out, not daring to steal food from a tiger's mouth. With a pung sound, Shurhao grabbed it firmly, calmly putting it away. I really hope you all continue disturbing me. Collecting interest on these types of matters is something I am more than happy to do, Shurhao calmly said. He didn't continue to force them because he wanted to rob them again. If those creatures managed to succeed again, then he would definitely come for more bonuses. Huang, you better not cross the line. Someone released a low roar. On the mountaintop, the atmosphere was extremely tense. Everyone was on guard, fearing the surrounding people would steal their gains. In the past, battles would break out between clans as well, stealing others' immortal tea leaves, but normally, it was always later when they couldn't seize any more immortal tea leaves from the altar that the great battles would begin. Now, Huang planned to do this right from the start. Shurhao gave them all a look. Then, with a so sound, he rushed towards another direction, taking action again. You dare! Qi Minghong's pupils contracted. Huang was taking action against his servants. Shurhao didn't pay him any attention. When Kuan-Peng wings spread, 90,000 li would be covered, its might powerful to the extreme. Right now, the mountaintops area was limited. There was no way that type of projection could be displayed. However, the pair of giant wings still covered the area ahead, surrounding those three old servants, because they actually also had some returns, obtaining an immortal leaf. Kill! Qi Menghong took action, striking forward, stopping Shurhao. Everyone was extremely nervous. This was just the beginning, yet the two great young experts were already going to clash. Hong Long. This was a ruthless attack. Giant pung wings descended, striking the three extremely powerful old servants until blood poured out from their mouths. All of their bones releasing pai-pa noises, many of them breaking. Moreover, that jade container shifted owners, seized by Huang. When Qi Menghong's attack arrived, Huang was extremely brash, raising a right leg, kicking towards his face with a hong noise. Everyone was stupefied. Huang really was crazy, too vicious, actually facing Qi Menghong like this. Huang's actions were simple and ruthless, ostentatious and without restraint. This wasn't like facing a formidable opponent at all, more like beating a subordinate. A foot flew out, smashing towards Qi Menghong's face, too easygoing. Not that serious at all, as if he wasn't treating the other party like a big deal. Raising his leg and kicking out, Qi Menghong's eyes were ice cold, even more terrifying than a vicious beast. He didn't back up, instead moved his neck, avoiding this kick, moreover raising his shoulder. With a pung sound, that shoulder that could raise great peaks and shatter moons smashed into Shurhao's leg, directly stopping this foot. It had to be said that Qi Menghong's eyes were too vicious, keenly seizing opportunities. Normal heavenly eyes couldn't seize this type of speed. Yet he directly raised Huang's leg, and then his fist smashed towards Shurhao. The fist's strength was world-shaking. 10,000 Dao symbols exploding, power incomparable. Everyone was dazzled. Qi Menghong was terrifying as expected. Even under the other side's attacks, under the powerful threat, he seized the opportunity, attacking violently. Using offense as defense, moreover in such a vicious manner, he really was worthy of being an exceptional Emperor Clan young expert. Many people released cries of alarm. Would the powerful Huang be defeated under a single strike? It was because he was in too passive of a state, carelessly raising his leg and kicking out. Now it was forcefully stopped in place. This was extremely dangerous. Qi Menghong's shoulder raised Hao's right leg, his body advancing powerfully, a fist directly smashing at Hao's chest, bringing shocking winds, raising roiling great Dao law patterns. The surrounding void immediately exploded to pieces. Was he going to deal the fatal blow here, destroy Huang's body? At this moment, many people held their breaths, watching nervously, quietly waiting for the result. However, Hao's reaction was too fast. That leg shone, becoming extremely heavy, as if it weighed more than a star. A sea of radiance surged, splitting the skies. Hong! That leg actually crushed down on Qi Menghong's body, making him almost lose his balance, affecting his most powerful attack. At the same time, Hao's leg went perfectly straight, left leg brandishing fiercely. With a wong noise, he rushed high into the air, entire body moving with his left leg. However, during this process, his right leg was still on Qi Menghong's shoulder. Dong! This was an extremely muffled noise. Hao raised his left leg, thrashing out like a whip, also like a golden afterimage, lashing down on Qi Menghong's other shoulder, the power extremely heavy. Qi Menghong's body moved, face incredibly cold. His fists shone, erupting like a volcano, berserk to the extreme, striking at Hao. At this moment, Hao moved his body, two legs like divine whips, fiercely interweaving, wrapping around Qi Menghong's neck. In the surroundings, the crowd couldn't help but cry out in alarm, their hearts pounding, incredibly nervous. Hao's legs were like flood dragon shears, winding about Qi Menghong's neck, about to snap it in half, vicious and terrifying. During this process, his legs were releasing blazing divine radiance, as if two suns smashed into each other, divine might erupting, the sky covered in blinding light. These were streak after streak of divine chains of order, thousands upon tens of thousands, interweaving together, crushing down on Qi Menghong's neck. Hong Long! Qi Menghong swung his neck, moreover condensed a magical imprint. His fists were like true dragons that rushed out from sea, incomparably domineering, blasting at Hao's body, about to blast him to pieces. Hao's legs winded around his neck, actually spinning around his neck, avoiding this strike, moving towards his back. However, what kind of person was Qi Menghong? He was an Emperor clan expert, an outstanding figure from the younger generation, his battle awareness too terrifying. His body moved, also rotating, fists smashing upwards, almost striking straight at Hao. Berserk symbols erupted, surging like a sea. The skies immediately cracked to pieces, and then collapsed. Hao's legs twisted one last time, and then his body rushed out, not taking this blow, the two separating. Many people weren't even able to see what happened clearly before they passed by each other. There were many people who didn't know what happened, the initial clash ending like this. Hao's expression was calm. This exchange didn't effectively wound his opponent, but he was able to size up the other party's strength. He was indeed formidable, worthy of being an Emperor clan expert. Qi Menghong's face was cold, as if there was a layer of frost covering it, thick to the point where it wouldn't melt. He wasn't seriously injured, but he definitely didn't look that great from that exchange. It was because Huang was clearly still acting extremely brash, immediately raising his leg to kick at his face. Then, he even wrapped his legs around his neck as if riding on him. He was from an Emperor clan. When had anyone dared act this way against him, sit on his neck, be humiliated like this? Even if he didn't suffer any injuries, this type of appearance made him even more indignant. The Emperor clans couldn't be defeated, even more so couldn't be humiliated. He felt that Huang was acting this way towards him on purpose, acting like this even if he was almost wounded in the process. Huang, you are courting death. Qi Menghong's pupils released two streaks of scarlet light, quickly charging forward, wishing to fight Hao to the death. You thought too much. I just wanted to step on your face. It is you who thought I wanted to sit on your neck. Hao replied. Die! Qi Menghong's face became even more overcast. Regardless of whether the other side was mocking him or really meant this, it couldn't be tolerated. He was going to personally kill the other side to expunge this humiliation. Hong! An ancient beast rushed out from the top of his head. It was blood-colored, a beast species that had never been seen before. It was the size of a fist, like a vicious beast, but its entire body was covered in blood-colored bony spurs and ocean-like blood color surged forth. This creature immediately roared furiously at Sure Hao. Everyone's scalps turned numb, all of them in fear. Even the powerful cultivators who were really far away were deeply shocked, entire bodies going rigid, completely stupefied. It was because they couldn't move, locked down there, restricted by the sea of blood, hard to struggle free from. What was going on? Many people were in fear. As cultivators, their own bodies were the most important. They studied the internal profound mysteries, sensed the great Tao, evolving their spirits to perfection. Yet now they couldn't control their bodies. They couldn't move, couldn't speak in a type of absolute stasis. All of them began to panic. Only the emperor clans, Wu Kuan, Yu Yu and the others had long made preparations, seemingly knowing Qi Minghong's strength. They moved out of the way, avoiding this roar, not being affected. Sure Hao's expression became grave. He felt like he was standing in a time vortex. At this moment, time seemed to have come to a standstill, forever fixed there. Was this a domain of time? It really was astonishing. Without a doubt, that blood beast was Qi Minghong's primordial spirit, his original appearance. It was extremely ferocious as expected, grasping a type of time natural law. However, Sure Hao felt that these time laws had some problems, as if it was only imprisonment, not touching upon anything else like seizing time. Huang! Just hand over your life! Qi Minghong roared. He was clearly truly angered, or else he wouldn't directly used one of his clan's restricted secret methods. Sure Hao frowned. He really felt a type of death threat. Time seemed to have frozen still, difficult for him to even budge. He really was frozen in place. This was something that had never happened before. No matter how powerful a young expert was, they couldn't seal him in place. Even temporary restrictions would be immediately broken through. So this was an emperor clan? They all had their own well-known restricted secret arts, unstoppable, known to be unequaled. Kill! Qi Minghong didn't waste this opportunity, directly slaughtering his way over. He condensed a fist imprint, smashing towards the space between Sure Hao's brows. He was going to smash apart his opponent with a single attack. Dong! 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 At this time, muffled sounds could be heard again and again, as if a prehistoric giant beast's heart was pulsing, releasing great noises. It was even louder than thunder. Everyone was stunned. This came from within Huang's body. A few people who had heavenly eyes could see that it was as if there were furnaces inside his body, all of them surging with divine flames, releasing clear light that rushed out from their bodies. These were blazing divine furnaces that erupted one after another, surging with heaven overflowing power. They worked together, resonating, forming a pulsating sound like that of a giant heartbeat. Those were Huang's gates, the gates within his inner world. However, outsiders couldn't see through him, only feeling as if there were furnaces that erupted with incomparable divine force, all of them surging with power. In reality, this was precisely the gates that were resonating, opened at the same time, erupting with a sea of power. Sure Hao's expression was serious. He was actually forced to this extent, needing to go all out, opening all of the gates within his body, not holding anything back to display his greatest power. Now he could move, recovering his freedom. To explain it simply, it was precisely brute forcing his way through the Tao. He used his greatest strength, facing the time domain head-on, striking through it, tearing it apart, recovering his freedom. However, Sure Hao didn't move. Even though he could, he still waited calmly, restraining himself. It was rare for him to encounter such a terrifying opponent, this person almost ending his Tao, giving him the threat of death, so he was naturally going to return the favor. Right at this moment, Qi Minghong slaughtered his way over. He saw that Sure Hao didn't move, so his fist imprint rushed over murderously, about to blast through his skull. Without a doubt, The current Qi Menghong was terrifying, ferocious. Above his head, there was an ancient beast that was entirely scarlet red. Not that big, only fist-sized in height, but it was extremely ferocious, its roar shaking mountains and rivers, restricting heaven and earth. It was precisely this little beast who grasped time-natural laws, releasing the domain to imprison Shihao. Everyone sighed with astonishment. Qi Menghong was terrifying after all, worthy of being Scarlet King's descendant, possessing unmatched might. Emperor clans couldn't be won against. They were undefeated under the sky. Even if it was a member of the Emperor clan's younger generation, they still left behind an undefeated legend upon successive generations, intimidating the world. On the mountaintop, many people were completely dazzled, incomparably moved. They finally saw an unmatched Emperor clan take action, about to defeat Huang, perhaps even end his life. The other side was always looking forward to someone who could do his, properly defeat Huang. Now this person appeared. Hong Long. Suddenly, right when Qi Menghong was about to kill Huang, Shihao took action. Under many people's fervent eyes, while waiting for Qi Menghong to achieve a great victory, Huang actually retaliated. Moreover, this should be a fatal blow, even more so a reverse kill. Hong Long. Shihao avoided that fist imprint. This time it was just like before, his right leg rising, kicking towards Qi Menghong's face. This was the same position they were in when they first clashed. Now he did it again. Only, this time, Qi Menghong didn't evade, because he never expected the Huang who was restricted could suddenly move. Pang! At this moment, many people were shocked, stunned, in disbelief. Huang produced such heaven-overflowing might. The force of that kick tremendous, power shockingly great, smashing against Qi Menghong's face. Would he even be able to survive? Many people were stupefied. Huang's world-shocking divine strength was enough to shatter a moon. Moreover, right now, it smashed viciously straight into Qi Menghong's face.